actually decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com and get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Have some exterior home improvement problems and just don't know who to call? Call PJ Fitzpatrick to diagnose and fix your problems. PJ will come to your home with a complete shop on their truck, and they can fix it all on the same day. Poorly sealed windows, overflowing gutters, rotted trim, and leaking roofs. This is the time to call the home repair experts at PJ Fitzpatrick. No job too big or too small. Visit them at trustpj.com. With over 45 years of experience, they'll fix it right the first time. Visit trustpj.com and stay off the ladders.
Kia of CherryHill.com is the destination for the hottest brand in automotive today. Come pick out the gas-sipping Kia of your dreams. With payments anyone can afford. They have over 100 brand new Kias with MSRPs under $30,000 and over 400 new Kias to choose from, all of which come with the best powertrain warranty in the automotive business. 10 years, 100,000 miles. Go to KiaofCherryHill.com today and lock in your savings. Kia of CherryHill.com.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
You can now tune in to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Coming up at 10:30, great guest, and we'll get into the Donroe Doctrine, play on Monroe Doctrine, obviously, but you won't believe what happened to me right during the commercial break.
Uh-oh.
This is, and I get these every once in a while, and I looked up, Dave Sunday, our great attorney general here in Pennsylvania, puts out these warnings on these things, and I can't share this enough. So I look at my phone, and I see, and this is what they do. It says USPS, and I'm signed up to get all the texts and things, because some of my sons, some of his medications and things, they'll come in the mail, like, if he can't get it at CVS and whatnot, and it's important medication. So it says USPS and they even have the trademark, ground, reschedule your shipment. We made an attempt to deliver your USPS package, but we're unable to connect with you. Then they give a link that they want you to copy, paste, and click on. Don't do it. So then I look up above, and it says the name, where'd it go? Lance _ Krieger, 86 at whatever, SPVPAS. So this is a scam. But it looks, when you look at it on its face and you're texted this, it looks absolutely legit, because they have a way of, it's HTTPS, the whole thing. It looks legit, USPS.com, but you click on it and then it diverts you.
Really?
And they get your information or whatever. So, and then I looked right away during the commercial break.
How do you tell the difference?
You just don't click on anything.
Yeah.
You have to be and I almost clicked on it because this is what they do. You're busy, you're at work. Let's say for you, Dan Borowski, Maisie, ordered something for the baby or whatever. And you think, oh no, the delivery that we need, it's not going to come or whatever. And then it's a scam. That's how they get you. Mm. But they've gotten better and better at this. They look very real. So just a heads up on that. I know, Dave Sunday's a good consumer advocate. He's always working on this thing. So I will I took pictures of it and I'll send it to their office. They can investigate. But good luck. Good luck finding these individuals.
So they didn't get you, though.
They didn't get me,
Or did
but they obviously get a lot of people, unfortunately.
Yeah. Oh,
And
my
then
microphone.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Watch out.
Yeah, I just pulled a Greg.
Uh-oh. Usually that's Greg Stocker, and then he goes
I
on
know.
and then he gets all upset, and he goes on a tangent. He has
Hold on, I can do that.
Uh-oh.
With technology, I can still,
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I think I can get
You can mimic
angry
him
stalker.
through AI Greg?
AI Greg, yeah.
Boobs and money, money and boobs.
Oh, wait, that's not it. Sorry. Yeah. Here we go. Is this it?
Let's hear.
Stop disgusting up our country if you don't want to be here.
Okay, yeah, that's close.
Stop it!
Oh, there you go.
Stop it!
There it is.
There it is. Yes. Yes.
I love it.
Yeah.
All right, the Don Rowe Doctrine, everything you need to know right here on The Dawn Show. We'll be right back.
Get off.
Roses are red, violets are blue. Call a giant HVAC company and they'll screw you. This is Jonathan Cans, third generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Are you sick of HVAC companies coming to your house and finding 3 bogus repairs? They are lying. My grandfather started Marvin E. Cans 72 years ago and treated his customers like family. 72 years later, we're still doing the same. To schedule your winter service so you are not out in the cold, contact Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. That's MarvinEKanze.com.
Autoimmune disease. Difficult to treat and even more difficult to diagnose. If you've had Lyme disease, post-Lyme, or any type of autoimmune disease, you probably know how difficult it is. That's why you should contact Dr. Molly Fantasia and the team at Innovative Medical Associates. Through their unique hydration protocols, Dr. Molly and her staff have helped hundreds navigate the difficult journey of autoimmune, Lyme disease, or post-Lyme. To set up the initial consultation, which is complimentary, call 856-489-0505. That's 856-489-0505. Or visit their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com, for additional information. Do what many others have done who have either been misdiagnosed or just led down a path to nowhere. Contact Innovative Medical Associates. That number again, 856-489-0505.
Fall means football, and the ultimate game plan starts in your kitchen. At D&K Appliances, we carry winning brands like GE, Bosch, Wolf, and Sub-Zero. So whether it's game day grilling, chilling drinks, or post-game cleanup, we've got you covered. Family owned with personalized service. D&K Appliances delivers, installs, and supports every play. Visit our showrooms in Newtown Square or Flowertown, or online at dkappliances.com. D&K Appliances, the dependable difference.
Hugh Douglas here. It's playoff season. The hits get harder, the nights get colder, and the stakes, well, they get a little higher. But some things don't change, like the slow pour of Jack Daniel's Tennessee whiskey over ice. Jack Daniel's and playoff football go hand in hand. So make sure you pick you up a bottle at your local fine wine and good spirits stores. Try out the Tennessee Honey, Fire Apple, or the new Blackberry flavor. And don't forget classic old number 7 Black Label. Celebrate responsibly.
The working families of La Una Labor's District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor's District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
Do you have a dark curiosity? Heart Starts Pounding, Horrors, Hauntings, and Mysteries is a weekly podcast hosted by me, Kaylin Moore. Each week, I'll take you on a dark journey through terrifying true urban legends, bizarre true crime cases, chilling tales of backwoods horror, and more. So if you're looking to join a passionate community of the darkly curious, check out Heart Starts Pounding on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. And remember, stay curious.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello. Today's cutting-edge appliances are technologically advanced with many features designed to make life easier. To ensure the appliances you choose accomplish that, it's important to compare and explore a variety of options at once. That's why at National Appliance Warehouse, we created an incredible showroom for customers to do just that. 6 times the size of an average chain store, our showroom is large enough to display the over 100 brands we sell. And I'm not the only guru. Our whole team of friendly professionals not only answer questions, but suggest questions to ask so that you end up with the perfect appliances for you.
The New Year's mega sale is underway at National Appliance Warehouse. Enjoy holiday savings on GE appliances. Save up to 35% on select GE appliances. Browse an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Occasion, there is only one place to shop, Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square, or online at cozyjewelers.com.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Federal officials say the ICE officer who killed a 37-year-old woman used self-defense. Minneapolis's mayor dismissed that reasoning as garbage. Starting today, red light cameras are going up at Kelly Drive near the Art Museum. And Pennsylvania health officials say more naloxone access helped reverse about 12,000 overdoses over the year.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
Step one is the stabilization of the country. We don't want it descending into chaos. Part of that stabilization, and the reason why we understand and believe that we have the strongest leverage possible, is our quarantine. As you've seen today, 2 more ships were seized. We are in the midst right now and in fact about to execute on a deal to take all the oil. They have oil that is stuck in Venezuela. They can't move it because of our quarantine and because it's sanctioned. We are going to take between 30 and 50 million barrels of oil. We're going to sell it in the marketplace at market rates, not at the discounts Venezuela was getting. That money will then be handled in such a way that we will control how it is dispersed in a way that benefits the Venezuelan people, not corruption, not the regime. So we have a lot of leverage to move on the stabilization front. The second phase will be a phase that we call recovery, and that is ensuring that American, Western, and other companies have access to the Venezuelan market in a way that's fair. Also, at the same time, begin to create the process of reconciliation nationally within Venezuela so that the opposition forces can be amnestied and released and from prisons or brought back to the country and begin to rebuild civil society. And then the third phase, of course, will be one of transition.
And the Trump unleashing the Don Roe doctrine. I've talked a lot about the Monroe Doctrine dating back to the 1800s, right? But this is the Don Roe doctrine. Trump trolling a little bit, which I love. And the headline is Putting Socialists on Notice Worldwide. So our next guest says, America's enemies, you better take notice. Be on the alert. Yuri Perez joining me now, who is the director of Latin American Studies, by the way, at the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation, knows a thing or two about the impact of communism, socialism, etc. Yuri Perez, great to have you here on the Dawn Show. I appreciate you and appreciate your time. So I know that you've been writing for Fox News and talking a lot about this on a national platform, trying to explain to people what this means. Good morning, and thanks for being here.
Thank you for having me. Yes, at the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation, we have been documented and supporting political prisoners in Venezuela. I can tell you that it's the biggest humanitarian catastrophe that we have so far in the Western Hemisphere. Refugees, Venezuelan, that have been forced by the Venezuelan regime out. Allies in all the region, all the Latin America, and then as Americans might have heard, the Tren de Aragua, Cartel de los Soles also affecting directly the United States. The Don Roe Doctrine, the way that it has been updated, actually is 100 years old. It was first established in 1824 by President Monroe when John Quincy Adams was the Secretary of State. And it pretty much was telling European powers to stay out of the Western Hemisphere. Don't interfere, don't try to colonize further in the region. Then in the 20th century, with the Cold War, it was mainly applied to the Soviet Union interference, creating all sort of guerrillas with the Cuban regime. They actually tried to take Venezuela back in the 60s with a guerrilla, and it was a long project for the international communist forces to colonize Venezuela. They finally did it through democratic means when Hugo Chavez won the elections. It was a fair election in 1998, but ever since they didn't do more fair elections. The Venezuelan regime pretty much stole all the elections. The biggest was the election last year when Edmundo Gonzalez, in representation of Maria Corina Machado, who was not allowed to run by the regime, won with about more than 2/3 of the Venezuelan population, Venezuelan citizens, supporting a transition to democracy. However, the regime stayed by force, and the international, let's say, strategic issues with Venezuela is that people, and you could see some people demonstrating in favor of Maduro. They would say, oh, like the United States wants to take the oil, Trump wants to take the oil, and that's fair criticism, but what they don't want to recognize is that if the United States doesn't take Venezuelan oil, Cubans, China, Russia, Iran, they have been taking that oil and they have been colonizing Venezuela for the last 20 years. So there is no alternative other than what President Trump did. The alternative is leaving our adversaries, our enemies, using Venezuela as a colonized country where they were extracting resources, starving the population, sending anybody that would disagree would go to prison, to torture chambers. We, at the Victims of Communist Memorial Foundation, we have documented several instances of torture and disappearances in Venezuela. All have been happening in front of the world, in front of
yeah, and that's what I wanted to ask you about, because you talk about how other, previous presidents lacked courage to defend America against encroaching socialism as you see it. And then you go on to say that this right here with President Trump marks a pivotal shift. Can you explain that and what you mean by that as far as this pivotal shift and why the world is watching, and also what other tools President Trump may use, not just the so-called, Monroe or Don Roe doctrine?
Well, it was a brilliant execution. It started last year when President Trump started sort of surrounding Venezuela with a navy, and as probably you guys have heard, bombing the narco traffickers. So at that level was a good beginning, but taking Maduro was a really good surprise for everybody, because during the first Trump administration, the measures to counter our enemies in Venezuela were not as strong. So this time we are taking other measures, as everybody has seen, taking Maduro, bombing the narco traffickers, seizing the oil that has been sanctioned, that Russians, let's say it was yesterday, I think, that we seized a couple more Russian tankers trafficking oil out of Venezuela. And the strategic issue here is huge. For instance, if China doesn't have Venezuelan oil, as it has been the case for the last 20 years, probably China won't invade Taiwan. The fact that now Russia won't have access to Venezuelan oil and other strategic minerals and other issues, it probably will help to achieve peace in Ukraine. Mm-hmm. Another possible consequence of Trump's new policy toward Venezuela is that the Cuban regime might fall, because they have been living out of Venezuela for the last 20 years. If you see the news about more than 30 Cuban mercenaries, that was the Praetorian Guard that was protecting Maduro. So even Maduro couldn't trust Venezuelans, the Venezuelan army, to protect him, and so he has to import Cuban mercenaries. So it's a new world order that we are probably witnesses right now. It's again, it's 100 years. We mark the Don I was confused with Monroe and Monroe Doctrine. So with the Monroe Doctrine, with this Monroe Doctrine update, if the United States is more forceful protecting our region, that would create more economic opportunities for the United States. Now, our companies will be able to go there and extract the oil. They were all confiscated by Hugo Chavez about 15 years ago, and we can see freedom in Venezuela flourish and all over the region, because also these resources, this oil, was fueling all the chaos in the region. They were buying elections, they were destabilizing, doing narcotics, so all sort of activities that were funded by these petrodollars from Venezuela.
Yuri Perez is Director of Latin American Studies at the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation. And you write also, and I know you speak about this, as you say that you believe that with President Trump, America is back on the world stage. Yuri, it reminds me in some senses of the moment when the famous moment of Ronald Reagan tear down this wall. Is there a wall being torn down? And what do you make of, in other words, you write about and talk about Cuba and Nicaragua should take note. Do you think, what do you think is next? Is Cuba next to fall?
It should be next. As you well said, the Berlin Wall, that's our Berlin Wall in our region. So Cuba, Venezuela, and Nicaragua, these three communist regime has been destabilizing and creating chaos all over the region for the last couple of decades. In the case of Cuba, even more, 6 decades. So if Trump continue and this new strategy is successful, and I hope it is, we will see a transition to democracy in Venezuela. And without Venezuelan oil, it's very likely that the Cuban regime will also fall. So it's very exciting times to see how history is being changed right now with Trump. And when I said America is back, is because all over the region, and we work with different partners in Latin America, there was a loss of trust in the United States. Even under, it was, I could say, bipartisan. It was Republicans, it was Democrats, even under Bush. We were not advancing American interests in the region. And it might sound imperialistic or something, but the way that many people in Latin America see it is that if we are allied with the United States, and United States and our interests are pretty much the same, is a win-win situation. When the United States, instead of advancing our interests, was promoting LGBT policies, environmental policies all over the region. Let me give you another example. During the Biden administration, we, instead of taking the bad guys, we sent back Maduro's nephews back to Venezuela. They were convicted in New York for drug trafficking, and Biden pardon them and send them back to Venezuela, as well as other operators of the Venezuelan regime. So this is a really good change in policies. And if you see also the reaction all over the region, most of the reaction has been positive. I think the lowest positive approval for Trump's action was that I see was in Mexico, and it was like 40% against and 40% in favor. But all over the other countries, we are talking about 60, 70, 80% approval for this type of action. And just yesterday, Petro, who is another communist, he's not a dictator, he won through democratic means, but also was allied with Maduro. He's also probably changing behavior now that he saw what happened to Maduro. The same might apply to the president of Mexico, who is also a sympathizer of this dictatorship. So we are sending the right message, and not only sending the message, but taking action. I hope that will result in a more prosperous region.
And Yuri, final question, because I know you've written, and I encourage everybody, victimsofcommunism.org. You can read more of Yuri Perez great articles. But, for you yourself, I just wonder on a personal level, because you've escaped communism, right? And so this is something that's very personal, near and dear to your heart. So as you see the news unfold and all the lies and the narratives, which are unfortunate, I imagine for you, this fills your heart with such hope.
Yes, I'm originally from Cuba. I suffered communism in person for several years. So for all Cuban Americans, they went out and celebrated the taking Maduro into custody and making face justice. We hope other bad actors in the region will follow the same path, and the United States is back with regional leadership, and it's a very hopeful time for us that have been fighting against communism in the region. Sometimes with the support of the United States, but some other times it was confusing. It seems like almost the State Department was full of communists. So now under Rubio, it has changed for the good, and we really can see that it's working to advance American interests.
You know what, Yuri? You mentioned Marco Rubio, our Secretary of State, and he's getting a lot of accolades, even from both sides of the aisle, if you will. So just, it must be inspirational to see somebody who's a Cuban American, as he's speaking about this so eloquently and fighting for this as well. That's just like an extra bonus, isn't it?
Yeah, it's amazing. Really, I get emotional sometimes when I see it. It's the American dream. So even though like he's advancing or protecting the American interests, he's also fighting to liberate Venezuela. And this is not the classical regime change situation where people have a bad taste for regime change, and I totally agree with that position that we shouldn't be, let's say, like in Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya. Here is totally different. This is a United States backyard. If the United States doesn't step up and do what the Trump administration is doing with Rubio excellent implementation of these policies, the alternative is having bad actors such as Cuba, China, Russia, Iran, destabilizing the region, sending us wave of refugees, and more importantly, all these criminal organizations that were able to get into the United States during the past administration, because the United States was not up to the task.
Yuri Perez, thank you so much for joining this morning. Hope you come back again. Victimsofcommunism.org. Yuri, thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely.
Have a good day.
You too. Have a blessed day. Yeah, and so you can read all about it. And it's, he's obviously, this is life's work. And as far as victimsofcommunism.org and that museum, they have fought for decades. So it's a good place to go to get a lot of factoids and information about what is going on. And even the fact that, even in I'll say 2021, that summer, Yuri was writing about this, about the Cuba's protest, what it meant to him, what he saw, that their regime has been weakening. We've heard Secretary Rubio speaking about that. And so there are many just watching this and waiting and hoping and praying that finally we'll see the fall of communism, rather than, our president, let's say, going to a baseball game with a communist leader. Remember that?
Mm.
This is the Dawn Show. Thanks for being here. We'll get Dan Borowski's take on the other side.
YouTube.com/@12WPHT for a nice ride through Havana, Cuba.
Yeah, here's the thing, Dan. I don't know if I've shared, one of my best friends who lives in Florida. So her dad, she's the youngest of a bunch of kids, co-owned a hotel.
Oh, yeah?
In Cuba, way back in the day, escaped communism, was in a Castro jail, but got out, amazingly. Mm-hmm. and has obviously since passed. He had a bunch of kids, and she's like the baby. She should have been a granddaughter type thing. But anyway, their family owns a hotel.
Oh,
So
yeah.
my next question will be, do people who owned property there, do they get it back? Do you know what I'm saying?
Or how's that work?
How does that work? But it is, according, she talks about this beautiful place. You see the old movies back in the day, like in the 50s or whatever, and people would vacation there.
Well, I mean, even looking at the footage, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, I'm going to freeze frame
It's like a time capsule.
It is, because due to the, all the old cars and such, due to all the tariffing and that we've sent. But hold on, I'm sorry. The reason why I'm stuttering here is I just want to pause it here. Like, look at the beautiful
architecture
and
gorgeous.
construction, and it's like it's so sad to see how dilapidated and run down things look, and just how beautiful Cuba can be, and just the amazing architecture and the culture there. And I hope we see it's sad because I vacationed. I honeymooned down in Aruba, which is right across, a bay from Venezuela. And in Aruba, even back then, they were talking about a lot of Venezuelan immigrants essentially coming over to try to find work because they were making so much more money even just across the water in Aruba compared to Venezuela. And they would talk about how beautiful and how wonderful Venezuela is as a country, but just the leadership has created such a horrible situation. And I just look at Cuba's streets, and I hope that we can see a day where you can go back on vacation and see just a wonderful island that's been really closed off to the rest of the world for too long.
Yeah, and it really was. So as far as Cuba, late 1950s, you think of, and I think of all the old the Hollywood, the movies with those classic cars and the glamour, sort of that Hollywood glamour that was back in the day in the mid to late 50s, before before Castro took over. And so you think about that, the beauty. It was just the splendor of this place, the colonial architecture, and then blended with their culture and the music and all of that, very vibrant. It was a favorite hotspot, if you will, for Americans to vacation there. So does it then open that up? I mean, it's pretty incredible. My favorite food, I don't know if I ever told you this, I love Cuban food. And when I lived in Florida back in the day, that was what Colleen, my friend, introduced me to. So whenever I go see her.
What's Cuban food? I don't
Oh my gosh, it's delicious food. And I know we have like.
I'm like a foodie too. I guess
we have like Cuba Libre, but that's not like the real that's not authentic.
I was going to say, I have been to the Cuba Libre down in Atlantic City where they have that cool old 50s car out there in the lobby of Tropicana.
Yeah, it's not.
It's very commercialized.
It's not the same.
Yeah, it's like P.F. Chang's being Chinese food.
Yeah, no, it's not spicy. People think it's spicy. It's like slow cooked. It's delicious food, amazing coffee, amazing.
Plantain's overrated though.
I don't think so.
Really?
When I go to Florida, like we go to Miami,
bananas should not be savory. They should be sweet.
But these are not. They're plantains, which are different from bananas.
No, they're the same thing.
No, it's not. It's actually not. I'm telling you. If I go to Florida,
they're mini bananas.
I'm gonna somehow bring you back some Cuban food. It's like the best. It's my favorite thing.
Bring me back a cigar too.
Yeah, you get in big trouble. I couldn't tell you on the air. I'd have to like sneak it. All right, we have to take a quick break. The guests continue, and obviously we have some financial, we have financial news as far as our economy, and that's why we have Dr. Michael Busler, so he'll be here to break it down. We are making such a great announcement today, and this is big because the reason that we can broadcast here and that we can celebrate the accomplishments of President Trump in just a year, just 1 year. Not even. I mean, we're only to January 8th. Technically, we're 12 days away from our big celebration. So I don't know. We have to figure that out on the 20th because remember, we were all gathered in Bucks County. Sarah Weiss, I still have your cork from the Trump champagne. I saved it. So we have to celebrate on the 20th, but we are grateful to celebrate because of our sponsors. And one of the biggest sponsor, and I am in the Piazza Auto Group and the Piazza studio here, thanks to the Piazza Auto Group and thanks to Piazza Premium Automobiles. They're the wind beneath our wings. They make this all possible, not just you, which we love you, greatest audience in the world ever, but we really are appreciative to Piazza and the Piazza Pets segment, right? And so much of what we do is because they've been our sponsors. So they just came through and said, you know what, we love you guys, we love what you're doing, and they gave us the nod, and they've continued on signing the contract and making sure that they, once again, moving forward this year, are the wind beneath our wings. And so we owe it all to Piazza, which is why I say to all my family members, what, you're thinking about a new car? And yeah, you will only go to a Piazza. And you can get any car. And here's the thing, that's the power of the Piazza Auto Group. Did you know Piazza carries more than 3,600 new vehicles, 1,600 pre-owned vehicles? That's at any given moment, including the brands you hear me talk about. We're a Honda family, but you don't, if that's not your thing, I have the Herv, love it. But Acura, Mazda, Hyundai, Volkswagen. By the way, 6 out of 10 Stenzel and Mentees have a Honda. If you look at, I was looking at the Christmas card, I was like, and David's like, I'll take a, come on. He thinks he's going to get like a Maserati, because he's David, but that's not happening. But anyway, but really, they have the selection. So PiazzaAutogroup.com, Piazza, PiazzaAutogroup.com. You can search their new as well as pre-owned inventory. Find that dealer nearest you. They're going to treat you well. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you. It's good.
Roses are red, violets are blue. Call a Giant HVAC company and they'll screw you. This is Jonathan Cans, third generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Are you sick of HVAC companies coming to your house and finding 3 bogus repairs? They are lying. My grandfather started Marvin E. Cans 72 years ago and treated his customers like family. 72 years later, we're still doing the same. To schedule your winter service so you are not out in the cold, contact Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. That's MarvinEKanze.com.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future. And that way, you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Start the new year right by receiving 3% cash back on every purchase when using your American Heritage Cash Reward MasterCard. From now through January 31st, 2026, you'll earn 3% cash back on every transaction, from groceries, gas, and gifts to everything in between. Plus, receive a $150 bonus reward when you spend $1,500 in the first 90 days. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/cashback. Insured by the NCUA. Not a member? Join today. Equal Opportunity Lender.
At Virtua Health, we're redefining heart care.
Our heart rhythm team at Virtua is really working at the forefront of technology. There's constantly new advances.
Like cardiac clinical trials and breakthrough treatments for atrial fibrillation.
Treating atrial fibrillation with ablation and treating it early allows for the best outcomes for our patients. We can make a meaningful difference in patients' lives.
Virtua Health, here for complex heart care, here for good. More at virtua.org/here-for-good.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ziprecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ziprecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ziprecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just 1 day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit pidentalcenter.com.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
So much developing. We will get to all of it. But leading right now in all the so-called mainstream media, talking about a woman, a mother, killed by an ICE agent. And she was caring for her neighbors. So this is what we're hearing about by all accounts. This whole thing is tragic. And it was avoidable, as I've been saying all along. These ICE agents, as well as those protesters, everybody's getting played because those local politicians have blood on their hands, in my humble opinion. This is the mayor of Minneapolis. This is the governor of Minnesota. And they have played this out. They could have said to the local PD, hey, create the perimeter, cooperate like many other cities do, like we here in Philadelphia do. Cooperate with the feds if there are dangerous predators, pedophiles, human traffickers. That's what we're being told. That's what we were told during the multiple news conferences that went down yesterday. I know we've been talking about this since 6 o'clock this morning. It was one of my lead stories, but I really want to bring the local angle to this. And so in just a second, I'll tell you why. But in this one, the woman who was at the end of the day, who died yesterday in Minneapolis, Renee Nicole Good, identified by the authorities, 37-year-old mother and a U.S. citizen. And so I know we've talked a lot about that. Everybody's looking at the wheels and slow-mowing that video and so on and so forth. I want to give you, just for a moment, think about locally what this means. And so the reason that this is such an important political narrative is that it worked in a so-called purple county. Many of you live there. I'm talking about Bucks County. And so a lot of people are saying, what happened to the sheriff? He was popular. What happened? What happened yesterday? How did this new sheriff in town, Danny Seisler, how did he win? Now, Seisler, I'll give you this, big name. You know his dad's name. He's and his mom too. Big name in local politics. But Danny Seisler was sworn in as sheriff last night as the new Bucks County sheriff. So he took office. You talk about a fortunate son. He took office on the same day, literally, as that federal immigration officer, the ICE officer, ended up in that confrontation. And he was asked about this. Danny Seisler was asked about this. His entire campaign. Thank you. Fortunate son. Was that quick? Right, that was quick. Wow, you're good. So Seisler he campaigned on this. And he said, no. That he said they absolutely, the local sheriff should not cooperate, should not work with these, as he demonized, if you will, the ICE agents. And that's what we've seen. So here's Danny Seisler. He spoke with 6ABC last night, and he was asked about this. He was asked about what went down in Minneapolis. This was a winning issue for him, and how he believes he got the edge over his predecessor. Listen in.
Bucks County Sheriff last year. Newly elected Sheriff Danny Seisler, a Democrat, reacted to news of the shooting that took place just hours before he was sworn in Wednesday night, saying he's not surprised.
When you have absolutely overzealous law enforcement who are clearly not well trained on the rules of engagement, which I saw the video, that certainly appears to be the case in Minneapolis, you're going to have incidents like this.
Ousted Republican Sheriff Fred Herron opted in to participate in ICE's 287G program. It allows local law enforcement to carry out certain federal immigration duties in the community.
So that was 6ABC reporting, and you hear what he says and takes a shot at federal agents, which I can't stand, that he's now, and this is what we're seeing. We're seeing elected officials demonizing, vilifying those who protect and serve. And so this, to me personally, is very upsetting. How dare you? You know, if you want to say you won on an issue, if you want to say this is your policy. But my question, and here's where it's lacking. In other words, how many times was I reporting on these predators and pedophiles that were in our community, the crackdown? Bucks County, a lot of times we saw that they've been front and center, a leader, if you will, in our state, in our Commonwealth, with the crackdowns on everything that's happening. By all accounts, certainly I'm not saying all of the individuals who've been human trafficking or pedophiles or predators are all illegals, but we know that there is a problem with that. We know it goes hand in hand. And so my question to Sheriff Seisler is, are you telling me that if federal law enforcement comes to you and they say, we know that in Bucks County, there are human traffickers, rapists, some of the most vile and violent criminals amongst us, pedophiles, and that they're in Bucks, they're locally here, you're saying you're not going to cooperate? So you're basically on the side of the pedophiles? That's the question that the media needs to ask. At what point do you cooperate? What do you do about that if they have evidence to that effect? You're saying you're for the pedophiles? That's the team you want to be on? I just don't get it. And I don't understand, even in Minneapolis as we speak, I know that that's a developing story, but please, Kristi Noem and other officials, release the information. She's had 2 news conferences in which she said that, in fact, those ICE agents were doing important work to protect the people of Minneapolis and Minnesota, as they've done across the country. And she said they were taking into custody in these laser-focused operations where they're taking off, removing from the streets the most dangerous, vile criminals amongst us, and that they're being charged with these crimes. Okay, where are their mugshots? What's going on? Give us that information. Because if you don't, then it looks like something else might be going on here, right? So that's my feeling about this. But the federal 287 program is something that, to my knowledge, we've seen our own Philadelphia Police Commissioner Bethel and other municipalities in other so-called collar counties cooperating. They've been cooperating. And even in Philadelphia, you saw that big Kensington gang that had ties right to Mexico and South America, and they took them out. And even Patel, the FBI director, was here, had a big news conference about it. Remember that one?
Yeah.
So if Philadelphia is cooperating, if Commissioner Bethel is cooperating, you're telling me that Buxton will no longer cooperate? Or was it just a political campaign? You see what I'm saying? So there's the narrative, that's one thing. There's the politics, that's another thing. But nobody's asking that question to the new sheriff. And I think that's a sin. They let this campaign go on. And certainly, it's a political narrative that worked in Bucks County. And everybody was asleep at the wheel once again. So now he's allowed to say, oh, well, these ICE, they're not trained? Are you kidding me? That was an experienced law enforcement federal agent yesterday. And I'm not going to go through the conversations that everybody else is having, okay? I did due diligence. I was tweeting out, Xing out about it yesterday and on social media and Insta. I looked at all the video. I know you did too. We spent, I don't know, over an hour on if not 2 hours on our 6 a.m. news and Kale and Company this morning between 6 and 10. But to allege for somebody who's newly sworn in to then take the pot shot against an officer who's an experienced ICE officer who, as recently as June of this year, was targeted by a protester, an anti-ICE protester, run over, dragged by the vehicle. That's the story we have, and then was injured. And then that same officer. So my point is that I'm not saying that officer now has PTSD. I'm not saying that. They had to have cleared him. He had to physically and psychologically recover from it. But I'm saying, you know what? Not for nothing. If you were struck by a big vehicle, 2 to 3 to 4,000 pound vehicle, and you were run over and dragged and you lived to talk about it, it's real to you. So yesterday, and Dan's showing the video once again, when that video barrels towards you and is clearly accelerating, whether or not the woman behind the wheel was panicked or whatever was going through her brain, we don't know that. But we do know that, in fact, this law enforcement officer was maybe, 3 feet away from a big vehicle that was, if you look at the video, he had reasonable doubt, in my opinion, to believe it was coming right for him. So the training, to my knowledge, and I've looked at the training says if your life is in danger, you have the right to take the shot and stop the vehicle. That's real. How did we start out this week, Dan Borowski? We started out at 10 o'clock. Well, 6 o'clock I start, but at 10 a.m. on Monday morning, we started out talking about a law enforcement hero who was killed in the line of duty locally. And we spent a lot of time this week talking about a young father right before Christmas, gunned down. It was a different situation, yes, at the DMV in Delaware, who was killed in action in the line of duty, gunned down, and acted as a human shield, in fact, to save the life of a DMV employee and others, and is credited with heroism. Okay? That's how we started out the week. Look at the percentages of law enforcement. You think about the defund the police movement being ground zero in Minneapolis, but think about the assaults by the hundreds, really thousands of assaults against law enforcement and first responders every year in America. And then you think about the deaths. On average, tragically, it's at least 400 plus killed in the line of duty in different ways by criminals, by nut jobs, by protesters. These assaults on law enforcement by protesters have doubled in the form of an assault being driven and run over. Doubled, according to all the statistics that I can find on this. 50% is the number. They've gone up since 2019, assaults on law enforcement by protesters using their car as a weapon to accelerate into a law enforcement officer. These have gone up at least 50% in our nation. This is a thing. It's not a myth. It's not a lie. It's a real thing. They've been doing this. And in fact, that officer who fired the shot, which tragically is a fatal shot against this, woman, but I do believe at the end of the day, he'll be exonerated. But think about what I think he will be exonerated because it's a federal case, not a local case.
Can I just bring something to the table?
Sure.
You guys just didn't have this in the morning, and I don't know why I don't mean to say that, but I don't know why most conservatives, there's a cut here. People are cutting this video after a moment here that I was able to dig out, and you guys talked about an eyewitness that hears the woman say, go around, go around. I actually have footage of a first vehicle going around her, and then another vehicle stopping, and she's telling them to go around, and the ICE officer approaches her from the front. And that's when she pulls away because she's nervous, it looks like, from this officer approaching from the front that she already let go around them. And it cuts later, the video that Trump sent and others, but here is the full video from that start, Dawn, and I have the audio isolated here. I'm going to turn down the music, and here you go. One sec. Let's see.
You can see how icy the street is.
Yep, so here's the audio. Listen.
So one vehicle went around. The second truck.
I'm sorry. I don't. She says it right there.
Okay.
So let me restart.
Okay,
that again,
sorry.
Just complete. So
for
about
those
5
of you
seconds-
not on YouTube, just so what you're about to see, just so that you know, some people get. I know you get aggravated because we're having video, but you see a first vehicle go around, and now what you're about to hear.
So I'll show
is
the video.
Her voice.
Yeah, no. Here's the first vehicle going around. So you see the first vehicle going around there, and then there's the other. And this is where the video starts. Right?
Mm-hmm.
That's where that.
Yes.
That's where a lot of that cuts.
Yes.
It's cut right there.
Yes.
But just before that, about 5 seconds in, and you can hear the audio. I'm going to start it, and here's the audio, Dawn.
No!
Go around.
No! Shame! Shame!
Sorry for the language there.
God!
You hear her clearly say, go around the car, and they say, get the F out of the car.
And I've seen this video. I've reviewed it multiple times. The entire video.
But you hear her say, go around me.
Yes,
Why aren't
you
people
do.
reporting and saying that
I'll tell
eyewitness
you
is
why.
making stuff up?
I'll tell you why. Because this woman is in the middle of the street, parked crooked, and by all accounts, she was, and even by eyewitnesses who were on her side have said, yes, her job, she was like the lead person. They were trying to block these law enforcement officers. And so she's telling people, go around. No. Can you imagine at a crime scene, if I just decided to pull up my Piazza Herv Honda, my HRV,
But
and I
why
just
is-
decide,
but
no, let
why-
me
but
finish.
one
Let
goes-
me
one goes
finish,
around them. Why
Dan.
instigate?
Let me finish. I'm telling you. Because if I, as a private citizen, decide on a crime scene where any law enforcement, local law enforcement, state police, federal law enforcement, okay, and I decide Dawn Stensland, yeah, I'm going to block you because, I can. And I'm going to block you at the scene of a federal scene, crime scene, arrest scene, whatever you want to call it. And I have decided, because I guess I can, that I'm going to park sideways in a street. And now I'm going to tell you, law enforcement, well, you just go around. No. If law enforcement comes up to me and says, whether it's a blocked off street, whether it is whatever there's a spot right now, they're doing a huge construction project in Mount Airy that I have to go around. If that officer says, no, you have to go this way, guess what I do? I go that way. You know why? Because that's a law enforcement officer. And if I don't abide by him, he can arrest me. That's his right, and that's what he's supposed to do. It is not up to her to say flippantly, just go around. You go around. Now, I'm going to stay here parked this way. You can go around me. No, they're ordering her as federal law enforcement to move. Move now. And when they tell you to move now, you know what you do? You move. Okay? So now at this point, they've told her to move. One officer, she has not moved. So the officer then does what he is trained to do when someone is refusing to follow the law, and he goes to her door and says, get out of the vehicle. She now refuses to follow the law. There's another officer, which some angles you can't even see, but the other officer now, as she backs up, and now she starts to go, but she accelerates. And now if you're that officer at the front, watch the back tires as she accelerates so much. Look at the back tires as they're actually losing traction. That's how much she's accelerating. Almost like when you're, if you know how to drive on the snow, you really shouldn't be doing that. But she has a huge SUV. She now accelerates. And if you slow-mo that camera and you watch as that officer, it looks like she's coming right at him. Now, maybe she didn't mean to. Maybe her vehicle was slipping a little bit. That's possible. I'm not a mind reader. I'm not reading the mind of the driver or of the law enforcement officer. But Dan, if you've ever been in a situation where you're in a pedestrian crosswalk and a car, for whatever reason, and this happened to my son and I last summer, where I was in Flowertown and this driver was just, I don't know if he was high or whatever, but the driver just accelerated. And my son Michael said, Mom, I've never seen you move that fast. I jumped in the air and and put one hand on the guy's hood and flipped over, I could have been killed. You have less than a half of a second before you're going to get run over and either maimed for life or killed.
I would think the immediate reaction, though, if you think you're going to get killed, is to jump out of the way, not pull your gun and fire it at her, though.
He's not only now we're trying to be mind readers.
No, I just
but
like
Dan.
Do you think a standard police that goes through the academy would look at this video and say that was a good shot?
I don't have all of the information. I have listened to all of the experts, but that's why Tom Homan said, and we played it earlier on the morning show, where Homan was saying it would be irresponsible and unprofessional for anybody who's an official or certainly in law enforcement to speculate, because they're going to have multiple angles. They are going to investigate. They're going to look at this. They're going to slow-mo it. If there's any body camera, ring doorbells, all of that. They have to, of course, they're going to investigate this. Somebody died. But I will say to you that in that moment, as a law enforcement officer, not only was he right in front of the vehicle, that's why he shot through the windshield. A lot of people don't realize that. He also is looking at his colleague, who I think, has reasonable doubt to think that colleague could be in harm's way. And so, yes, much like what happened on I-95 in the summer of 2024, when a law enforcement officer, remember those kids? And it was tragic. The kid with the Audi, remember that? And you had, I believe, there was a police officer who shot through the windshield, believed that because the kid lurched forward. And the family in Delco is now suing of the teenager behind the wheel. They were illegally racing on 95. There's a civil suit. But, I believe that this officer in this case, and no question, it's tragic. Let's get to, John is calling from where, Dan? Let's get to your calls. 855-839-1210.
Hey, John.
Hello. I seen the video 7 ways from Sunday, and I just see that it exonerates the officer. I mean, when you have officers walking up on your car doing what they're doing, you're nuts to put it in drive. You're nuts to make any move. But clear as day, if I'm sitting on a jury, I could not convict that guy. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. And John, I appreciate you and thank you for calling. And here's what I want to say. In no way do I take, or I hope nobody takes pleasure in talking about this. What a nightmare. You have this lady, when she has Missouri plates. That's the other thing you have to remember. They all know she's not she clearly does not live on that street. Okay. They know that there are Missouri plates on this vehicle. So she's not somebody who is this individual? So there's a lot going on here and a lot of ingredients that I know they'll look at, but it's a tragedy. Okay. And by the way, this officer, he's going to be going through hell. They're already doxing him. So let's get to your calls, 855-839-1210. Susan, good morning. Oop, we lost her. Did we lose her?
Yeah,
Sorry about that, Susan. But, in this situation, I will also say this. The doxing of these officers or blaming them for following orders, for doing their job. Brian in Pottstown. Hey, Brian.
Yeah, hi, Dawn. I think you're spot on about your remark about the ICE agent potentially defending his mates.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, his concern apparently was more about stopping her than saving himself.
Yeah, okay, here's the thing, Brian. I will tell you, I think you're right. And I think that given the fact that this, and what we're hearing is this is not a rookie. This is an experienced law enforcement officer with ICE. And again, he himself was struck and dragged. I do think it's going to come out. I think you're right. I think he was more worried about his colleague, his fellow member of ICE, his brother, if you will, in law enforcement, who's very close to the vehicle. Wasn't it just last summer? And I'd have to, I think about all the families behind the Badge Children's Foundation. Unfortunately, we get to know, we become very close with the widows and the children of law enforcement killed in the line of duty or maimed for life, disabled for life, in a wheelchair for life. And when you're in a wheelchair for life, what happens? Because we're meant to walk. You have a greater chance of blood clots, and it's hell. So these guys, this is very real for them. I'm not saying that this officer, please understand me, In no way am I saying that this officer was having PTSD at this moment or was, emotionally scarred and that's why he fired the shot. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying it's very real to him and he has every reason to believe that his coworker might be dragged and maimed for life or killed or he himself. And I think
where's the concern for the safety of the officers?
Right. You're right. I mean, it's unfortunate to me that we can't just agree on a few things, and that is that law enforcement officers are not the ones to take out your anger on. Hey, if people want to get angry with policy, then go out and protest. Go ahead and protest the federal policy. Protest President Trump or Kristi Noem or whatever. But to take it out on these agents, see, this is actually, to your point, this is what those Democrats in Minneapolis and Minnesota want. You know why? Because up until yesterday, what was the narrative? The narrative was we had all that testimony that, by the way, we're not even playing, testimony on Capitol Hill where we learned that there's an alleged cover-up. You had whistleblowers who absolutely were coming forward, who were being punished and their jobs being threatened. Because why? Because it was being covered up that these illegals, these Somalis coming in, and then on top of it being allowed and emboldened to basically it was a money laundering operation. That's the allegation here, that they were getting all of this money. It was being funneled through these daycare centers. The Somalis were getting rich, but also, you know who else in the money laundering alleged operation? All the money was being donated to Democrats. And so now you have this infuriating situation, which Minnesota, the polls showed Minnesotans furious. And then boom, this hit. And now they have all the protests going on in the riots. So you see what they've done? They've pimped all of these people. They've pimped residents. They've pimped the police officers, put them in peril. You know why? Because of politics. That's what's going on. That's the real story. It's controlling the narrative. Everybody's falling for it. 855-839-1210. The number. Are you ready for an escape? Are you ready for an escape? Let's escape together. Next spring. 10 days. How does that sound? Stunningly beautiful Portugal. What the Roman Empire called Finisterre. Ugh, I'm ready for the escape. I wish I could go now. The end of the earth, as they called it, Finisterre. And we'll be calling this home for 10 days next spring, conservativetours.com. This is selling out so fast and it's booking up so fast. So I want you to go to conservativetours.com. 5738. Yes, that includes your airfare from here in Philadelphia. If you have loved our tours in Italy, oh my goodness, wait till you see this. Dining at the wineries, rivaling the best in Europe. Private Portuguese escort for this event, along with 4-star accommodations. The Bellum Tower, Geronimo's Monastery. We are going to have so much fun together. Strolling those cobblestone passages in Alfama, just brimming with delicious seafood restaurants. Abidos, of course, Fatima, and that's on my bucket list. I've never been. Fatima, the elegance of Coimbra. Call now, 888-733-9494, conservativetours.com. The beauty of Sintra, Cabo de Roca, Cascais. Those alone are worth the crossing. Oh, but there's more. Portugal's answer to Tuscany. I'm talking about the Douro Valley. Santiago de Compostela in Spain, drawing pilgrims in such a passionate way. Join me for the history, the cuisine, all the camaraderie, and the unique beauty of this secret land, small but oh so impressive. I'll see you at Bellum Tower. conservativetours.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Call 811 if you have some groundwork to do. Utilities are under you, and it's all good until they spew. Oops, now all on your lawn. It smells like a porta-john. Should've just called 811. It's a real human stinky bomb.
Call 811 before you dig and help us hit 50 and 5. 50% less damage to buried utilities in 5 years. For more info, visit pa1call.org.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
If you want to make a smart investment in your home, get to Bucks County Estate Traders. Their massive showroom is packed with high-quality, hand-selected furniture, art, decor, and one-of-a-kind pieces you won't find at the big box stores. If you need help, their designers can guide you. Prefer to browse alone? Every piece has a QR code with photos, details, and pricing. Right now, during their New Year New Home Sale, save 20 to 50% on select pieces. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their Hatfield showroom. Sale ends January 9th. Some exclusions apply. Tell them Nick Kale sent you.
Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. It's time to drive smarter with high-tech features and excellent reliability. It's time for intelligent design, plus exciting performance. Get a new vehicle you'll love. Check out the Honda Civic, Accord, or HR-V.
Contact your local Honda dealer today. See dealer for financing details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-823-5544. That's 800-823-5544. 800-823-5544.
Gold is now over $4,300 an ounce. If you've got gold or silver just laying around, Estates Roadshow wants it. They are paying top dollar this Monday through Friday at TMT Cash for Gold in Cherry Hill. Go to tmtcashforgold.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
You'd love new windows, but you don't want to pay a fortune for them. Well, January's a great time of year thanks to Window Nation. Right now, they're more affordable during Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 Windows free sale. Plus, you could get them with 0 down, 0 monthly payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. If you're feeling cold drafts from your windows, or seeing fog or mold around the frame, or paying a lot more for heat than your neighbors are, it's time for new windows. Don't wait to put an end to your window problems. Visit windownation.com now.
Mild temperatures stick around in the forecast through the rest of the week. It'll be a pleasant day today with a mix of sun and clouds with a high 54. For tonight, partly cloudy, low of around 40 for the city, a bit colder out in the suburbs. And for Friday, partly to mostly cloudy with a chance for a few showers later during the day with a high 58.
You can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
So we have so much. I know you all in the YouTube, there's so much breaking and you're having your own private debate. We'll get back to it. Don't worry. Because Dan and I, of course, the commercial break, the show goes on. I wish sometimes we could just let it go. But we're still arguing over things and it's good. It's all good. But we do want to talk about all things economic. And I just want to give you a heads up because tomorrow is going to be a very important day. Why do I say this? Because tomorrow it appears that we may get the ruling from SCOTUS, from the Supreme Court of the United States, on the Trump tariffs. So this would be huge. So what will the Supreme Court rule as far as this tariff windfall? And it has, in fact, become a cornerstone of President Trump's economic agenda, right? And with the president, his feeling, he's argued that these collections can help bankroll all of the domestic priorities. Democrats say, no, these tariffs, this is illegal. You got to pay the money back. I mean, can you only imagine? Let's get Dr. Michael Busler's take on this as well as everything else economic, because we do have some new information we want to go through and have him chop it up, if you will. Dr. Michael Busler, Stockton University, great to have you here.
Hi, Dawn. My pleasure to be here. Great to see you.
Oh, it's great to see you as well. And you're on YouTube. We're here, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. What do you see here if the total duty revenue reaching, the number I have is, and this is from, I think, last September, I think that latest number, about $215+ billion. That was fiscal year 2025, according to the Treasury Department. So what do you make of all of this as far as what happens with the Supreme Court with a possible ruling, depending on which way they go tomorrow?
So the actual total amount of revenue collected from tariffs as of the end of the year was well over $300 billion. So we're talking about a large sum of money that can certainly be used for a lot of things, paying down the deficit. Personally, I think the Supreme Court should allow these tariffs to go through. And President Trump has cited a lot of instances in the past where other presidents have used this. Now, none of the presidents have used it quite as extensively as President Trump has, but still they've been used. I talked to a couple legal experts, and they're not as optimistic. They think that the Supreme Court may rule that these tariffs were not legal. Now, if they do, I'm not exactly sure what that means. Will President Trump have to give back all that money? So I'm not sure. Yikes. Also, the president's staff they say a couple of other ways that they may be able to do this without putting on the tariffs as they have. The best thing for the country would be for the Supreme Court to say these are legal. He's within his rights to do this. He's used them the way they're supposed to be used, and we're going to allow them to continue.
Yeah, and just Dr. Michael Busler, just to go through this, the numbers, because I gave the fiscal year 25. So it was $215.2 billion fiscal year 2025. Then since October 1st, this is Treasury data, $98 billion. So you think about that much money. Whoa, I mean, it's like close to, it's closing billion. In at this point on like almost 300. Probably by the end of this month, we're looking at like 320 billion in total. Whew.
Yeah.
And I don't know. Is there any way they can even say to them, even if they said it's illegal, I wonder if even they could say moving forward. But I guess they can't split. It's like they can't throw the baby out with the bath. I mean, yeah. Yikes.
Yeah, I thought of that too. Even if they say it's not legal, they may say what you've done so far will allow to stay, but going forward, you can't do this. I hope that doesn't happen. Look at all the good that these tariffs have done, not just the revenue that we've collected, but President Trump threatens countries with high revenues if they keep fighting with each other. And he's listed 6, 7, 8 different conflicts that he's been able to resolve primarily by threatening high tariffs. Because a lot of these smaller countries who sell a significant portion of their GDP in the U.S., if he put extremely high tariffs, as he's threatened to do, it would clobber their economies. So this has been a good negotiating tool for the president. It's raised tremendous amounts of revenue, whatever all those numbers add up to, and that's a good thing. It will help reduce the deficit, or could be used to pay some other things. And with all the positives that these tariffs have done, they haven't had any negative impact on inflation. That's what everybody's worried about. We're going to put on tariffs, we're going to pass it on to consumers, prices are going to go up. That hasn't happened. The inflation rate has come down. Last time I was on the show, we talked about how it dropped down to 2.7%. I think it's heading down to 2% even by the end of the year. So the tariffs are not having any negative impact on inflation, have a whole lot of positive impacts. I hope the Supreme Court allows the president to keep going with this.
So just looking at, and I'll skip around here, just looking at one of the headlines about jobs numbers. We've talked a lot about that. Private sector added fewer than expected, 41,000 jobs in December. So some of these numbers are just coming out this week. Really, as we're now beginning the new year, everybody's back and we're getting these numbers and getting to look at them. So payroll processing firm ADP saying this one, companies in the private sector adding 41,000 jobs, and that the figure is below what economists estimated of a gain. They estimated apparently, it's all a guesstimate, 47,000 jobs. And then looking at the private month's payroll number revised to a loss of 29K from an initially reported loss of 32. So that number, I guess, is a little better. When we talk about the jobs, and we've talked about private sector jobs versus the government jobs and all of that, but what do you see here with regard to jobs?
So, as I said last time I was on the show, I'm very optimistic about the economy for 2026. I think growth for the year, GDP growth, could hit as high as 5% this year. Now, we haven't had a number like that in decades. And I think the inflation rate will continue to fall, as I said, hitting 2% by the end of the year, which is the Fed's target. Much of that is due to falling energy prices. And now with what's happening with Venezuela, and we'll be able at some point to get more of their oil onto the market, should continue to put downward pressure on price. Unfortunately, I think the unemployment number is going to be a little sticky, and it's not quite going to go down as much as we like. Why? Because the economy is growing, typically add a lot of new jobs, but artificial intelligence is now being used to take the place of some of these jobs. We talked about before how some large companies have even decided to reduce their workforce as a result of artificial intelligence. The other thing is the president realizes we have a bloated government spending way too much money. Much of it, or at least some of it, has to do with the number of employees. There were, when Trump entered office, 2.4 million civilian employees in government. When Elon Musk and his Doge went in there, they said, look, the systems are all antiquated. If we modernize and put in new hardware, new software, we can provide the same or better level of service with about half the number of people. So President Trump has been able to reduce the government workforce by almost 300,000 in his first year. He will continue to do that. Now, as he does that, the people will become unemployed, at least for some time period. So again, that should keep the unemployment rate a little higher than we'd like to see it. On the positive side, that may encourage the Federal Reserve to drop interest rates a little bit faster than they would have considered without those job numbers.
Yeah, and so I'm looking at one of the sites I look at. It's BEA.gov. There are all these different sites. So in this one, U.S. economy at a glance, but there are so many different sites that we can glean numbers from. Sure. I love the graphics because it shows like Q1, which obviously Trump inherited. It's a negative, and then Q2,
negative numbers.
Right? And so what do you see? Q2, 3.8% is what they have. Then Q3, The initial number there, 4.3%. This is right in line with their graphic. I mean, they're listening to Dr. Michael Busler, but you're saying you're looking at 5+% growth. You're thinking that's...
I think you could hit 5% for the year. Now, I would expect normally the fourth quarter to be greater than that 4.3 we saw in the third quarter. However, we did have a government shutdown.
Yeah.
It's a little difficult to determine exactly what the effect of the shutdown is. So the Bureau of Labor Statistics said the fourth quarter number will be out about the middle of February. Should have been out the end of January, but again, the government shutdown. I think the fourth quarter number will be strong. I think it'll be in the 4% range. And I think going into next year, we're going to see tremendous growth. And there's a lot of reason for that. So why do I say that? Well, tax cuts that were passed in July are going to go into effect on January 1st, giving consumers more money to spend, especially people that work for tips or work overtime or Social Security. So that'll give people more money to spend. The most important thing that will add to growth is when a company buys an asset. Let's say they buy a building, they spend $1 million on a building. Up until next year, up until this year, you had to depreciate that over 25 years. So it took you 25 years to recover your capital. Even if you buy computers or cars or something, you still have to depreciate that over 3, 4, 5 years until you recover all your capital. This year, you can expense 100% of the cost of the building in the first year. So you're recovering all of your capital in the first year, gives you more capital to invest. I think business investment is going to soar as a result of this, and that will carry the economy, I think, to about a 5% growth rate this year.
We hope so. We'll end on that positive note. Dr. Michael Busler, thank you so much. Hopefully we'll talk next Thursday. Thank you.
Okay. I'll look for it. Take care.
You too, Dr. Michael Busler. You know, speaking of, when you think about, I think about how much we're saving, thank goodness, because what are you spending money on right now? Energy. We talk about that all the time. But you also want to think about maybe looking at your furnace, maybe looking at your HVAC system. Maybe it's an old unit. I know for us, since we've gotten my guys at Marvin E. Cans, our Pico bills, like I told you, have gone down at least 30%. One of the bills, it was 33%. That's huge for us. One of the reasons I do think was last year, we got the new water tanks that they installed, that they figured that out. But just having that being on the regular maintenance plan is so important. I just can't speak highly enough about my guys at Marvin E. Cans. They're local. And in fact, it was Jonathan's grandfather, a military hero locally. This is Marvin E. Cans. And it's just a great family, and I trust them. It's so important to have a team that you trust. So don't put this off. Like I say, get on their plan where every 6 months they come in, they make sure everything's good to go. And that pretty much, if you look at how many of repairs could be prevented by this, if we say an ounce of prevention, that's what I'm talking about. Marvin E. Cans, so honest, so good. And by the way, if they determine you need a new system, Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning, they'll replace that old unit with a Trane furnace or heat pump. Hard to stop a Trane, Trane. MarvinEKanze.com, Marvin E. Cans. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Rhea here to tell you about the excitement happening now at Lexus of Cherry Hill. The L-Certified Winter Collection Sales Event is on. New year, new ride. Get special finance rates on L-Certified Lexus models now through March 2nd. With over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from, your next Lexus is waiting. Family and veteran-owned and operated, Lexus of Cherry Hill is proud to be an 8-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for customer sales experience. Start your journey today at LexusofCherryHill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It's time to get focused on improving the lives of our beloved pets by feeding them the most nutritious pet food on the planet. With 2 decades of experience, the Dogs and Cats Rules stores can guide you in the right direction to meet your pet's
pet's needs. Fads come and go, but there's no substitute for premium meat inclusive food for your pets. If you changed your pet's food lately and they're starting to look like a shaggy dog, smelly ears and biting their feet all the time, you need to come into one of our 7 very convenient locations or visit dogsandcatsworld.pet.
New year, healthier goals. So what's for dinner tonight? Hatfield marinated pork tenderloins, of course. Pre-seasoned, packed with protein, and oven-ready in about 35 minutes. Hatfield makes fresh starts easy, even on busy nights. And with family-favorite flavors like savory brown sugar, Texas smokehouse, Tuscan herb, and honey garlic teriyaki, everyone gets a dinner they love. For recipes and where to buy, visit simplyhatfield.com. Hatfield, better care, better pork.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. If you're like me, your house took a real beating this winter from all the snow, ice, and storms.
At Emmons Roofing and Siding, we're here to put it back together. We specialize in storm-resistant roofing and siding systems designed to last no matter what Mother Nature throws at it.
Well, Emmons is who I use and recommend, so call Emmons today at 856-556-3229 for a free roof inspection.
Or visit us at callemmons.com.
CallEmmons.com. Emmons, protecting homes, one roof at a time.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
There is so much to talk about and so much to get into. It's like we're on all these different dimensions. I know we're having a lot of debates, and we'll get more information as the investigation continues into the situation in Minneapolis. And then I will say this, as far as MAHA, we'll do a deep dive with Dr. Mary Mass. I'm already, of course, we're texting back and forth during that great news conference, and we played part of it for you yesterday, thinking about making America healthy again and where we are with that. And we'll go through it. I want to go through some specifics and really get into the nitty gritty. That's why we didn't do it today. There's just too much breaking. But I can't wait to get into it, because I do believe that, ironically, one of the greatest legacies of the Trump administration will be MAHA, will be that they are literally turning that food pyramid upside down. And they're saying this, right? Literally. And I know we talked about it earlier today, I think 7 or 8 o'clock, whatever that was, but saying that unfortunately we all got played, that the allegation here by top government officials now, that they're saying that, big food, whatever you want to call it, that they were poisoning us and our children. And I believe that this level of awareness, especially if they start teaching nutrition, bring back the gardens in the schools, bring back like home ec, if you will, into the schools. If they do this, it'll be a game changer for America, and it will stop this obesity epidemic and this unhealthy situation. How many of you have said you are healthier than your children and your grandchildren? How many times, right? Have you said that? Have I said it? And so there's definitely something going on, and it's there's more to it. But with the autoimmune diseases that we see, it's tragic. And I believe one of the greatest legacies of the Trump administration will be this, that through this administration, making all of us healthy again and getting back to whole foods and learning about nutrition, and that food is medicine. Dom Giordano is next. And Dom, we've been talking about the new sheriff in town, Sheriff Seisler. We're very sad to see what happened to a local friend who is highly respected. I am thrilled to know that you're having the sheriff who still should be the sheriff today. It's sickening to me, who was sworn in yesterday.
Yeah, he'll be here today, Dawn, and I'm going to play. Yesterday was live during my show, but I'm pro law enforcement, as you are, up and down the line. But the police chief in Minneapolis, this was caused by the fact they won't send cops out there to keep order. If there were police there, they would not have allowed that woman to get into position. ICE is trying to do what they have to do, then get out of Dodge so there's not more stuff with the mob there. A cop never would have allowed her to try to block it with the vehicle. That's where the fault lies in a lot of this.
Yeah, it's so true. It's a tragedy that could have been prevented. So, but nobody should be doxing that officer or any of them.
Absolutely.
An awesome Dom show just ahead.
It's time to cut your old point of sale system and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leader for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-service kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit pdqpos.com.
When it comes to iconic snacks, there's a reason Tasty Cake has been a favorite for generations. From peanut butter candy cakes to butterscotch crippets, Tasty Cake delivers the classics you know and love. Baked fresh and packed with flavor. Perfect for lunch, dessert, or any time in between. Look for Tasty Cake wherever snacks are sold. Tasty Cake, accept no substitutes.
At Citizens, we help make sense of your money and all your money questions.
Should I pay down my debt or start an emergency fund?
Is now the right time to start saving?
How can I move my financial goalposts even an inch?
Can money actually buy happiness?
What's it take to live like a royal in Queen Village?
Whatever money questions you have, Citizens has the answers. Make sense of your money at citizensbank.com/made-ready. Member FDIC.
If you want to make a smart investment in your home, get to Bucks County Estate Traders. Their massive showroom is packed with high-quality, hand-selected furniture, art, decor, and one-of-a-kind pieces you won't find at the big box stores. If you need help, their designers can guide you. Prefer to browse alone? Every piece has a QR code with photos, details, and pricing. Right now, during their New Year New Home Sale, save 20 to 50% on select pieces. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their Hatfield showroom. Sale ends January 9th. Some exclusions apply. Tell them Nick Kale sent you.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
Too much ICE, too much Trump, too much of that. You know why it was predictable? It was predictable because these creeps did not have police support. They didn't put the police out there. The only time they got revved up, we were talking about it yesterday, they came marching in, and he says to Gail King, 911 call, we're flying there. You know when that was? After the shooting. You know why they were revved up, that police chief? Because he wanted to go and get at these ICE officers. And he wanted to preserve the evidence so that nobody could tamper with it. That's ordinary police. You know what I mean. The ICE, they'll do anything. How in the world do you become police chief? So it's not the average cop because they have to go where they're assigned. You didn't even Scott Jennings last night, listening to him closely, made great points about political vigilantism, about being called Gestapo, Nazis, the masking thing again. Scott, all true. But I whisper in his ear. I was tempted to text him at that moment. Scott, here's what you got to say that nobody else is really dwelling on. Where were the cops? Henry and I are watching during the show yesterday as it's bubbling up, and you see all kinds of people that are either getting in the face of ICE, blocking them, some throwing snowballs and other things. Where were the cops? If you had cops there, when ICE is trying to leave, they would have had that woman not block the road. There were 2 vehicles, by the way, blocking the road. She'd be alive today. Why won't they do it? Because they want this to happen to ICE. Now, Fred Herron will be on here. My estimation, he would have lost anyhow. Not because of him or Jen Shorn, who were great. Just because the mobs in Bucks County wanted to get at Trump. They couldn't get at Trump. Just like Jack Ciattarelli. So what did they do? They came out to try to tear apart every Republican they could find. That's what they did. Is Bucks County safer today without Fred Herron? You know it's not. Without Jen Shorn? With Joe Conman as the DA? You know they're not. Not even a little bit. And Herron, of course, was in the final process, I guess the way I put it. He'll be here at 2 of... let me shut up for a second. Christine Ohm is speaking on the shooting This is new. Here's a little bit more.
It puts our officers' lives in jeopardy, but they will be there enforcing the laws of this country and upholding the public safety needs that have to happen when it comes to enforcing federal law.
Security investigations.
We've got thousands of officers there, and I'm not opposed to sending more if necessary to keep people safe.
Secretary, no.
Back up here.
Secretary, can you talk a little bit about the experience of the officer and some of his background? How much training did he have? How much training in these types of situations did he have, even if he's from the region?
Yeah, I'm not going to get specific to this officer.
Okay, that's enough, Henry. If you hear something really, they get into it, let me know, and we'll go back. Thank you for alerting. Yeah, that's where the left is going now, the training of this. They want you to believe, and the guy that writes for Newsweek, I'll read you what he wrote a little bit more, about these guys that are flunkies. They couldn't make their local police. They're getting $50,000 to sign up with ICE, and they're running around crazy. How much training would you have had here? Andy McCarthy, writing at National Review, says you don't have to have battery to have assault. In other words, you put yourself in certain positions, that's assault, a felony. You don't have to run over the cop before we know what might go on here. Maybe a good point, Paul Morrow making 2 points on this that you should keep in mind when people talk about this over the weekend. One, at least the first shot was directly through the windshield. They weren't shooting at her on the side once she was past them. So that indicates it's some evidence of feeling threatened by this. Now, did this cop follow every procedure of ICE and everything else? I don't know that yet. I'm open to hearing, when everybody looks at this, whether he did or he did not. The other issue, you'll notice at least one ICE officer had his gun out. The reason that's an indicator they were going to try to arrest her there, more than they're just giving her all kinds of directions and she panicked. Here's the bottom line, though. You set up a chaotic situation in what is already difficult. This woman, according to eyewitnesses, was the leader of a caravan shadowing ICE. Now, you do have a right to observe. You do have a right to film. You don't have a right to put yourself in a reckless situation where you lose even if you win. In other words, even if her defenders are right, she's dead. Where's the win here? What are we doing? The broader question, what is it with these progressive women who are getting wound up and throwing themselves in the middle of this? Well, when Nazis are involved, you have to stand up, and that's what they're called. I'll play you the police chief now. Just the one comment again. This guy, look, the average cop, they have to do whatever. I wouldn't call upon them to resign because they don't let them do their job. But rising in the ranks and being the police chief and putting people at risk, and then telling us it's ICE that's putting people at risk. If there were even a handful of cops out there, they could have moved so-called protesters back, told them what the legal limits are, like civil affairs or something, and they would have spotted and removed those 2 vehicles that were blocking ICE from leaving. Well, that would be helping ICE. No, it's not, you morons. That's about doing your job. That's about protecting everybody. That's about lawful conduct. Well, if it makes ICE feel more comfortable, we're not going to do it. That's what the left is doing. This is how they feel about cops. They're useful as long as they can do January 6th or have willing fools like this police commissioner. All right, so here's Gail King with the police commissioner. And listen to when he gets to, well, this is predictable, that this was going to happen because of ICE.
Whenever possible.
Chief O'Hara, were any of your police officers on the scene? I asked this because I was there for the George Floyd, after the tragic death of George Floyd. It seems the Minneapolis Police Department has done a lot of work and training to try to de-escalate these kind of situations. Were any of your officers there on the scene?
Oh,
Oh, yes. Many of us were there. I responded myself as soon as the 911 call came in.
No, at the time of the shooting. Were they there at the time of the shooting?
Oh, no, not at the time.
Hold it right there, Henry.
Not at the time of the shooting.
Not at the time of the shooting, you blowhard. Right. Not at the time of the shooting. Why not? He actually said, well, we have other things to do rather than protecting ICE. You're not protecting ICE. You're protecting America. You're protecting the rule of law. Sorry, Henry. Let's go more forward.
Of the shooting. Were they there at the time of the shooting?
Oh, no, not at the time.
Yeah.
Not at the time of the shooting, no. But immediately thereafter, we received a call of shots fired, possibly involving law enforcement, and our officers then responded to the scene and attempted to take over the scene as quickly as possible to seal off the area of the incident where it occurred for the purpose of maintaining evidence so that a criminal investigation could be done, which is what is absolutely needed in this case, if nothing else, to ensure that we do that and have a thorough an impartial investigation both for the deceased and her family, as well as for the larger community that deserves to know, as a result of the facts and the evidence, exactly what occurred.
Yeah, we've seen several interviews with the mayor, and he said that you and he had publicly and privately discussed concerns that you had about ICE agents on the scene. I'm curious about what your concerns are and what your message is to the people of Minneapolis now, because they're very angry, they're very frustrated, and they're very sad.
Yeah. So the number one concern that I have, and I ask for all of our leaders and our public officials to consistently be echoing the same, is that while we understand that this is a tragedy, I would hope no matter what side of politics people are on, we can recognize that the loss of a human life is a tragedy, and that we do not want to compound that by having a situation which can result in destruction or further harm to this community, which has been through so much over the last 5 years. So we are calling for peace. We recognize quite obviously that this has been building over the course of several weeks. This was entirely predictable. This has been a very, very tense situation on the ground, and it is our police officers that have been consistently being placed in the middle of these situations, trying to de-escalate things in situations that have been created, of which we have nothing to do with. Our officers yesterday, by the end of it, were the ones that were getting pelted, with projectiles thrown at them. At least one window from one of our cars was damaged. And just standing on the line, not only dealing with people's frustrations, but also dealing with a lot of hate and vitriol, quite frankly, that they have absolutely nothing to do with creating here.
All right, Chief Brian O'Hara.
Yeah, who does, buddy? Who does? Henry, I put this guy up ahead. I'm telling you, he's up there with Larry Krasner in studio tomorrow. Let's see if we can get him. My God. Oh, he's writing it down. Thank you, Henry. I put that on the list. It'll never happen. This is insanity. Why did I get into this? Okay. You hear what he says at the end? No connection to the fraternity of law enforcement. None. They provoked this, ICE. Now, here's an eyewitness talking about the woman. And yes, Chief, it is a tragedy, but not a tragedy where you're pointing the finger. It's a tragedy when we have a woman with kids here, too. Several women on Twitter talking about this, throwing herself into this reckless pursuit along with her wife, where any sane person knows this stuff is reckless and dangerous. Vehicles, high speed, chasing each other, ghosting, all the stuff that went into it. Yes, it is a tragedy that that's what she believes she should be doing, as opposed to what her legal rights are, which are you can observe, you can film, you can agitate to elect different people, you can agitate to have them change laws, all those things. But he's defending a tragedy here as if just Trump, of course, and Noam and ICE were the ones that created this tragedy. All right, here's an eyewitness talking about the woman who was killed.
They clearly wanted her out of there because she was the main car leading the protest, is my understanding. I talked to another guy who was driving behind her, but she was very successful in blocking traffic. She was doing what she was set out to do, and so they wanted to get her the hell out of there. Yeah.
So it looked like she was impeding ICE vehicles.
Definitely, yeah. Okay. That was her goal.
All right. Again, ICE, ICE is a paramilitary. What they're doing here, this is why you need cops on the scene. They wouldn't send them. They don't want to be involved with this. They never would have allowed her to impede traffic. They would have stopped her. They would have been preemptive. What's so hard to understand, Chief? But you don't want to do that. That would be seen as helping ICE rather than maintaining law and order. It doesn't mean you have to assist ICE in arresting anyone, in plotting to arrest anyone, any of that. But when you have a situation like this, and obviously you had reports, a lot of people gathering, it was public knowledge and all, don't you think you have a role in preventing trouble? No, you don't, because you don't want ICE. You don't care what happens to them. That's what this comes down to. You are a traitor. You, in my view, are a stone-cold traitor to your fellow officers and to the police. Now, Henry is secured. It was random before Henry, Mark Ross, that we had on because of his complaints about some of this stuff. It was like a month ago, whatever. He'll be on tomorrow, and he's the St. Paul Union Police who's been talking about this. You'll hear him tomorrow. And it's got to be awful as a cop to have to stand down or not even go there to stand down. But ICE should not have to protect themselves in the manner that we've seen here. That should be local law enforcement, should keep law and order. It's a pretty simple thing, but I think it's at the heart of this. All right, let me give you the side question. Alan West here today, Jeff Van Drew, and Fred Herron, former sheriff in Bucks County. He'll be here at 2 o'clock. I could just hear the mob out in Bucks County. Oh, thank God we got rid of this guy. We'd be facing this. Instead of, Bucks County was much safer, I believe, with Jen Shorn and Fred Herron than they are with the Daily Double that are in there now. Okay, which day was, I guess it was Monday or Tuesday. A real genius, to put it mildly. I don't know how he got caught up in the Epstein thing, his name through there. Stephen Hawking. It was his birthday. So we're looking for people who are, in quotes, a genius in their field. Now, don't think it just has to be just a people, math or something like that. Could be in the world of sports. Could be in the world of entertainment. It could be in anything where they're so good, particularly maybe if they revolutionize it, or that's too strong, if they change it a bit because of what they do, what they discover. Some would say Ryan Shanahan's a genius. We'll see.
Kyle.
Oh, it's Kyle. Yeah, when I say Ryan Shanahan, who's Ryan Shanahan?
There might be a Ryan in that family.
Yeah, Kyle Shanahan. I mean, he hasn't won, but that doesn't stop you from being, seen as a boy genius.
I mean, boy genius Mike McDaniel just got fired this morning.
Well, that guy's a fraudulent boy genius. I think Shanahan
runs circles around him.
Yeah. The other guy with the capri pants and all. Might be coming here, though.
Interesting. Maybe
You see
Washington.
that guy with the capri pants in Philadelphia. Oh, man. All right. So Shanahan would be an example. I'm going to take, of course, Elon Musk off the board, without a doubt. He has all the earmarks of a guy who's kind of off, but a genius at the same time. You know what I mean? He just crawls with it. Of course, you won't win with Da Vinci or stuff like that. Try to be a little bit more contemporary. Also take off Newt Gingrich. I believe Newt Gingrich is a genius. Now, that doesn't mean he has any sense of human contact, though. He's completely up. I've sat with him for hours, a couple times. And it's just the ideas that spin out of his head. Unbelievable. But any sense of reality of bonding with human beings, it's like we're all protons in front of him. He doesn't have any of that. No. Henry, how about yours?
Yeah, so I'm going to take off a genius when it comes to snow.
Okay.
Ryan Wedding was the bronze medalist in the giant slalom in the 2002 Winter Olympics out in Salt Lake. You might be thinking, like, Henry, what is a bronze medalist in the 2002 Olympics? How is he a genius in
I'm
snow?
enduring this travail.
Yeah. So where I'm going here is after his slalom career had ended, he decided, you know what? I think I'm going to get into the transnational drug trade. and now he has become the biggest cocaine dealer in all of Canada.
Actually, I've heard the name.
Being
Yes, yeah.
compared to people as such as Pablo Escobar and El Chapo Guzman.
Is he in Canada still?
He is in Mexico. He is one of the highest-ranking cartel members in
there we
Mexico
go.
right now. He is on the FBI top 10 most wanted list with a $15 million reward on his head right now. So yeah, Ryan Wedding is the genius when it comes to snow, both down the mountain and up the nose.
I see what you did with that. Hey, Sean, do you have one, a genius?
I think I might say Abby Hoffman. He was
like, taking other people's money. Absolutely. Yeah.
I mean, what he did, in my opinion, is he spread sort of left-wing ideology by way of sort of street theater activism.
Entertainment, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Which reached a wider audience than just passing out flyers or demonstrations ever would have.
Yeah, I wouldn't say Abby Hoffman was malevolent, whatever political spectrum you are. He was entertaining, and was it Steal This Book? When he printed his book, yeah.
Yeah, and his group is the one that did Pegasus, where they put the pig up for election.
Later on, I don't know if you know this, he came back to Bucks County, and it was Stop the Pump, I think.
Oh.
Yeah, I think he passed away in this area, and it was like a normal activism. Of course, with entertainment thrown in. Yeah. It was interesting where he ended up.
Yeah, in Silbury Township.
Yes, exactly. Okay, so that's the side today. Get in on this situation with the police. As far as Kristi Noem on this, yeah, the outfits sometimes are a bit much. And I wouldn't have jumped to the domestic terrorist thing yesterday. No need to go there. Let's just keep it in the realm that we talked about. But I'll tell you, if I had a chance to do it again tomorrow, I would do it. To be in the spin room, you observe so much. When they had the big debate, Harris and Trump here in Philadelphia. And my observation is Kristi Noem on her feet was brilliant in the back and forth with people. She had people firing stuff. I didn't hear anything about the dog per se, but everything else was fired her way. And Newsom was equally as good. The guy that is an all-time hoaxer in something like that, Joshie Shapiro, who's announcing for governor today in Pittsburgh. We'll have more on that. Phone lines, though, 855-839-1210.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
What's up, everybody? I'm Nick Costos, and watching sports isn't a hobby. It's a lifestyle. And my show is not a job. It's a passion. From the NFL playoffs to the NBA and everything in between, celebrate sports with me every day on You Better You Bet from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. Download the Odyssey app now and listen to Westwood One Sports from anywhere. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos, live and interactive Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern, presented by BetMGM.
Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. TNC Supply.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. Kick off your new year on a high note with a new certified or pre-owned vehicle from my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. Did you know Piazza carries more than 3,500 new vehicles and 1,600 pre-owned vehicles at any given time, like Honda, Acura, Mazda, Hyundai, and Volkswagen, plus pretty much any other brand that you can think of. Now that's selection. Visit PiazzaAutogroup.com, search Piazza's new and pre-owned inventory, or to find a dealer nearest you. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
Harvest your financial freedom in 2026 with a growth savings account from First Harvest Credit Union. Earn up to 3% annual percentage yield with no withdrawal penalties, giving you flexible access to your funds. Explore other savings options, such as our competitive share and IRA certificate accounts, to cultivate even more growth. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growth savings or stop by your nearest branch to get started. Membership restrictions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
You want a roof that doesn't leak. Of course, that's a given.
You need a roofing partner with the experience and know-how to ensure the structural integrity and energy efficiency of your roof. Trust PJ Fitzpatrick with their 45 years of experience, thousands of 5-star reviews, and lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Our professionals install most roofs in just one day. PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. Visit trustpj.com today. That's trustpj.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
Possible top 10 song of all time, even though it's very oldie. It just.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. Love that song. All right, 855-839-1210. You get on board. Based upon what I see up here now, people are getting this, what we mean by genius. Let's go to Lance in South Philly on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Lance. Good afternoon.
How you doing, Dom?
Good.
And afternoon to all. I'm playing to the host this time, Dom. It's Allen Iverson.
Okay, why?
I'm taking Allen Iverson because he changed the position of the game, the ball handling, the culture of the sport. At one point, there was no one bigger than Allen Iverson.
Yeah.
Kids wanted the number 3 jersey. They wanted his sneakers. And don't forget, the mental toughness. There was no one tougher than Allen Iverson.
Well, Lance, I told the story. I was lucky. Steve Cardasco was not here, gave me a seat right at courtside. I think it was Dick Christie, who was all NBA defense for the Toronto Raptors 5 straight years. I'm sitting right about even where Christie is. You know, I'm sitting in the front seat. Iverson's got to be 15 to 18 feet away. Christie sees him coming, and he starts backpedaling, even though Iverson's got 18 feet between him. And the look in his eye was, oh, no, this is what's going to happen here. Yeah.
And he that's the genius for me.
Well, I'll tell you, you know, and I'm in agreement with you, and it's hard for me because I put him in a category, too, of wasted talent.
It was the posse mentality. He couldn't go to the posse.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Lance. Oh, man. Henry, I could still remember it. A little birdie, you know him. You just been emailing with him on getting a lawyer on. A cop.
Oh,
you know, right. Blows into my ear. Allen Iverson's going to be arrested with the wife, the whole thing. I verify it through Tommy McDonald. We're broadcasting on a remote. I go with it. I get a call from someone. I'll tell you the name off air. From Sports Talk Radio, who was really big then, saying, that's preposterous. I want to come on the air and dime you out. Can't be, and all that stuff. We had a showdown. I'm on a remote arguing during the break. Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, Iverson, one of a kind. Absolutely. That's a good one. Will in Philly on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Will, afternoon.
Hey, Dom. Glad I got you. When you mentioned genius in their field,
yes.
Rush Limbaugh popped in my head right away. I could even say on many levels.
Oh, yeah.
He revolutionized talk radio. He did it on AM radio. He brought a perspective that was not in the media at the time when he started, and he made it mainstream. and his research was impeccable. He just was able to deliver it. He added humor to it, and he just revolutionized his field.
Let me help you make your case, Will. So we were the last top 20 market or 25 market, Philadelphia, that took Rush Limbaugh. It was WWDB. Soon as we took him, Seafood Shanty had us at least 12 straight weeks listening to his broadcast noon to 3 with hundreds of people eating seafood and the hosts like me at a Seafood Shanty. Nobody else could. Can you imagine? Pass the crab.
Yeah,
What's
that's
Rush going to
awesome.
say next? Yeah.
Yeah, I learned so much from him. I followed him for years, and I had to listen through static. I'm a trucker.
Okay.
I drive a truck, so I drive all over Philly, and I had to fight the static. But I always made sure I listened to him, and I was a loyal listener. I was really disappointed when he passed away.
Wow, absolutely.
Anyway, that's why I called in.
Thank you, Will. That is a very good one. You know, being tapped to fill that seat was always a high honor. I mean, there's nobody. I mean, kept AM radio going. Those are two good ones. So it doesn't have to be just math. It could be any kind of person that you think exhibits genius. And part of it is to kind of change the landscape or just be so brilliant at whatever they are that's it. All right. By the way, we got the great Alan West, Colonel West, coming up. Just one word to think of, the left keeps on throwing around, that the woman who sadly was shot and died in Minneapolis, under a mile from the George Floyd incident, was a legal observer. They say that like that's a thing, like she had credentials. Sadly, she was someone reckless who put herself in a bad situation along with her wife that ends up chaotically in her death. She's not a legal observer. She was reckless, and she was blocking ICE from just trying to get out of there. All right, Colonel West, we got a lot to unpack with the Colonel. By the way, do we have that Jerry Jones cut ready to go? I don't know how that. Let's play that coming out of the break, Henry. And I'm going to ask Colonel West, how can he still root for them Cowboys when you hear how delusional Jerry Jones is? He's asked something about the team, I guess it was. Wait until you hear it's even worse than usual. 855-839-1210.
I dared Archwell Health to keep track of my vitals and my grandkids' names.
I dared Archwell Health to simplify my prescriptions, so Max and I have more time to play. Good boy.
And I dared Archwell Health to be closer than my neighborhood coffee shop.
Our members dared us to do more as a primary care provider for adults age 60 and up. So we made it our mission. Visit archwellhealth.com and become a member today. Archwell Health. We dare to care.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Federal officials say the ICE officer who killed a 37-year-old woman used self-defense. Minneapolis's mayor dismissed that reasoning as garbage. Starting today, red light cameras are going up at Kelly Drive near the Art Museum. And Pennsylvania health officials say more naloxone access helped reverse about 12,000 overdoses over the year.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Will Schottenheimer get to hire his own coordinator?
Trump just said it. I'm running. Venezuela. Seriously. Shotty had everything to do with hiring Matt Eberflus last time, and that's not done as a negative.
We should have this guy in Philadelphia. Oh, my God. So he's asked Jerry Jones, will he be able to hire his own offensive coordinator? And Trump, he's gibberish sentence about Venezuela. Running Venezuela, I guess, is what he meant.
I mean, if he wants to compare the Cowboys to Venezuela, by all means, please do it.
But this man, he has many credentials. He is the greatest. I remember when we had him here at Valley Forge, what a night. And his best advice, listen to your wife. Or he said it more directly, but he's a Cowboys fan. He is in Texas, but still no excuse. The great Colonel Alan B. West. Colonel.
Oh, man.
Pretty bad, huh?
Yeah, you are. Happy New Year. But,
New Year.
I was born and raised in Atlanta. I stay loyal to my Falcons, even though we can't keep a coach. But I just wish the Cowboys would win because everyone's in a funky mood around here.
Well, I can imagine. Yeah, when you're talking, you can't even put a sentence together about Trump in Venezuela, about the offensive coordinator. Trump will name him for Jerry, I'm sure. So,
it's going to be hard to get a quality coach here as long as Jerry Jones is the owner. It's really going to be hard.
Before we get to some of the military matters, the point I've been making about what we've seen play out in Minnesota is that ICE is kind of a paramilitary unit. They refuse to put cops there, Colonel, who would have blocked that woman, not allowed that woman to block ICE. And all they had to do was, people can chant, they can be legal observers, they can even film. They cannot try to block federal law enforcement officers. If you have the cops take care of that part, none of this would have happened.
Yeah, this is the consequence of leftist lawlessness. And when you have these leftist politicians that are encouraging people to go out there and they're demonizing the Immigration and Customs Enforcement officers, federal law enforcement officers for enforcing the law, this is the end result. You can go out, as you just articulated, and you can stand and you can watch, but when you become a person that is obstructing a federal law enforcement operation, that's a crime. And then when you are using a vehicle as a weapon against one of those law enforcement officers, they have to protect themselves. They have every right to do so. And Jacob Fry needs to retract his statement that he has gone out there and made. And furthermore, I think he and Tim Walsh need to read the Constitution, Article 6, Section 2, the Supremacy Clause, and understand that those are law enforcement officers that are acting in accordance with U.S. law, Title 18, U.S. Code 1325, and also the Constitution, Article 4, Section 4. So they are in pursuance thereof of the rule of law, and they are, supreme over local jurisdictions and states that try to declare sanctuary for people that are here illegally.
Yeah, that's the thing that's gone on far too long, and we haven't figured out a way to stop it because, the courts kind of tie it up. Mark Kelly, Senator Kelly, Colonel, I think last time we talked, is a guy that I didn't think too much negatively. He's more liberal, certain positions, but he always seemed to be a bit more even-keeled. And now we're seeing what I think is a just result where Hegseth is going with him because of the potential damage of what he and those others were postulating, maybe for some young troops that are in the field that are going to get in big trouble for this.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And one of the things I will tell you, when I retired from the United States Army back in 2004, I got an out processing briefing, and it was very clearly stated to me that I was still under the jurisdiction of the Uniform Code of Military Justice. And why is that? Because I am still on the payroll of the United States government as a retired officer. And so Mark Kelly needs to understand that he cannot go out and placate the far leftist base and try to seem like a big guy, because now it's going to come back and bite him in the shorts. And, Pete Hegseth has every right to do what he has done, to say, let's reevaluate his retirement status. And maybe he does not get to have that captain's rank, which is the same as a full colonel in the other branches, an 06. So he could be reduced in rank because of the foolish statement and participation in that video as a retired military officer.
What is it? I've never asked you this, and I may be way off. When you said full colonel, we have ranks, captain, major.
Yes.
What is it about when you get near colonel, there's lieutenant colonel, then there's colonel. It's like when you reach colonel, as you said, full colonel, it seems to be a much bigger deal maybe than certain other ranks.
Well, light colonel, I think it's a very special rank because light colonels, lieutenant colonels are the ones that command battalions. That's really one of the greatest positions that you can have. Not all lieutenant colonels get to command battalions, but that's the preeminent role and position. Then the full bird colonel, which is an eagle, a bird colonel, as we call them, that's your last step before you get to brigadier general. What people need to understand is that the last time a officer gets to be evaluated for promotion by a peer group is that brigadier general rank.
Okay.
2-star, 3-star, and 4-star generals are all political appointments.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, there's the importance. So, Colonel, now it seems like a million years ago, given all the things that might happen every day here in the Trump administration, when you heard the Venezuela thing, stunning, however they did it, Delta Force, with bin Laden, he didn't have any backup there. It was knowing he was there, the audacity to go in and get him. This guy's on a full military operation around him with a safe room there and everything else. Your thoughts?
Oh, incredible. When you look at the comparison between the two, I mean, you had the Navy SEAL Team 6 go in 2 helicopters, but Osama bin Laden's compound was separate and away from the rest of the city there, Abbottabad. But when you look at the intricacies of this compound that they went into, which was nestled in a mountain range, the complexity is absolutely incredible. The fact that they had to go in and take out the surface-to-air missile systems, bring in all of those special operations, aviation regiment helicopters in. And it wasn't just Delta Force. It was an interagency operation. And they were able to go in and get to Maduro before he got to his safe room chamber. This was impeccable. And still exfil out without any loss of personnel, without any loss of aircraft equipment. And obviously there was a firefight because I believe there was 30 to 37 Cuban bodyguards that were killed in the confrontation.
Wow. Yeah, it is stunning. It is singular. And, is there anything else other than the Navy SEALs and outfits like Delta Force in the military? Is it possible to get back to the level, say when you first joined up, where you realize, yes, this is still elite. It hasn't been dragged down by DEI and a million other things.
Well, this is what happens when you get a military that goes back and forth, focuses on its core competencies and not gender dysphoria and DEI. Right. So it is not just the special operations forces, but also our conventional forces, I think, once again, will get, trained in their core competencies, and that provides that credible deterrent to others. And you have some of those individuals that are deployed over into the Middle East. I mean, we're conducting operations in Syria. We conducted operations against ISIS targets in Nigeria. So you're seeing the military being restored to what they're supposed to do.
Here's the tough one. Put on your commander's hat, your geopolitical, you've done it all hat. This has to, some people say, send a message to China, what we did here. And I get it, vis-a-vis oil and also our hemisphere. But what prevents the Chinese, in your view, from overrunning Taiwan? Because it's unknowable what we would do in that situation. In fact, I'm reading a book, Kennedy and Nixon, that race from who was it, Chris Wallace. And they talked about everything else. It was really volatile. Addison's disease, women, everything. But when it comes to Taiwan, we really are circumspect. What is it that stops them? What are they afraid of?
I think that they are afraid of the fact that they don't have certainty with someone that, when you look at a Joe Biden and what happened in Afghanistan, they know that this is someone that is not afraid to take an action.
Right.
China, it doesn't have that full capacity to be able to launch a massive operation like what we're talking about, an invasion operation. Their economy is still kind of teetering a little bit, and Xi Jinping himself, he is not on a strong footing. So I think what this has said to China, to Russia, to Iran, to Islamic jihadists is that you have someone back in the White House that is going to go on the offense against you. And you may not be, you may get an initial punch in, but you will not be able to succeed in your long-term strategic objectives. And you look at what has happened with the Panama Canal. I mean, we're getting China pushed out of the Panama Canal zone. And so, again, they are losing their sphere of influence.
And again, shouldn't that be 1, 2, or 3 the qualities we look for in a future president? We look at them and we think, what do our enemies, not our adversaries, they're the enemy of the world. They're the existential enemy of all time to me. We should look at them, and how will China look at them mainly? That's what I think.
That's absolutely right. What image are you portraying? What are you pushing forward? You look at Barack Obama, look at what Russia did in taking Crimea, look at Joe Biden, look what happened. All of these, Jimmy Carter, you go back to the debacles. I mean, compare Jimmy Carter's Desert One debacle with what Donald Trump just approved to go into Venezuela, night and day. So that's, I think the type of thing that you have to have. Ronald Reagan, peace through strength. You want to have a strong president. You want to have a strong leader. And the important thing is that you cannot be a leader in the world if you're not a leader in your own hemisphere. And I think that's what we are reestablishing.
Great stuff, Colonel. What are you up to right now, and where did we find you?
You can find me on all those social media platforms, but you and I don't play around with the Chinese Communist Party, so we're not on TikTok. Yeah. You can find me with the ACRU, the American Constitutional Rights Union, Substack page, and also the Steadfast and Loyal podcast.
Thank you very much, Colonel. Thanks for joining us as always.
God bless. Happy New Year, my friend.
Colonel Alan B. West, always feel better after talking with Colonel West. By the way, you mentioned Reagan. Sad to see this week, and I didn't know anything underlying the passing of the eldest son of Ronald Reagan, Michael Reagan, who was one of the first syndicated talk radio hosts. I had him on many times, and again, just any time you mention Ronald Reagan, it's somebody I think forgotten a bit. And it's, in the storm of President Trump, it seems all encompassing, but he is in the mode of Ronald Reagan too, which just suggested by Colonel West. All right, phone lines. You got the side question. We got a lot there from Colonel West. And also the now Governor Walz is briefing again about possible unrest. Any reason progressives in Minnesota to shut the schools down. Why are we shutting the schools? Why are they shutting the schools down on Thursday and Friday? You can make an argument that has more unrest, particularly with older kids. Are they afraid that we're going to go back to the George Floyd summer? They were very much in the lead of keeping them shut during COVID. This is their first instinct. 855-839-1210.
Let's ring in the new year by finally checking off something that actually matters. Your old videotapes and photos are fading more every year. VCRs are disappearing, and the clock is ticking to save your family's most important memories. Hi, I'm Adam Maslauger.
And I'm Nick Mako. We started Legacy Box to help you preserve your memories by converting all your videotapes, photos, and film reels into digital files. And this year, it's easier than ever.
Introducing our biggest kit yet, able to hold up to 80 videotapes or film reels or 2,000 photos. It's perfect for big collections. You can even send in old DVDs, memory cards, flip phones, or early generation iPhones.
Legacy Box is truly the easiest New Year's resolution you'll ever keep. Just fill your box and send it in. As the world's largest digitizer of home movies and photos, all work is done in the U.S., and we're trusted by over 1 million families.
Start the new year right by rescuing the moments you haven't watched in years. Go to legacybox.com/radio for an incredible 55% off. That's legacybox.com/radio for 55% off.
It's Nick Cale here. Start your new year off right with that new or certified pre-owned luxury vehicle you've been wanting. My friends from Piazza Premium Automobiles are available to assist you in your unique vehicle search throughout the tri-state area. That's right. The Piazza Premium family has dealerships in Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey. Find your Alfa Romeo, Maserati, Mercedes-Benz, Porsche, Jaguar, or Land Rover at PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. That's Piazza PremiumAutos.com and tell them Nick sent you.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The holidays may be over, but it's the perfect time to refresh the rooms you use every day with Kitchen Magic, the family-owned company crafting quality American-made kitchens and baths since 1979. Right now, enjoy 30% off kitchen cabinet refacing and 50% off bathroom installations. Plus, the opportunity to lock in current pricing before the year moves on. It's a smart way to start the new year with a home that looks better, functions better, and adds lasting value. Visit kitchenmagic.com today and start your transformation.
Hey, this is Larry Steiners with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
This is Jordan Lundy of Lundy Law. When we say we hope you're never injured on the job, we mean it. But if you should suffer a work injury, we'll work quickly and tirelessly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. And we mean it when we say there are never any upfront fees, ever. And we only get paid when your case is over and you get paid. Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, coming to your calls, and also coming up, a game show host, a big-time game show host, says in 2028 he'll vote for the candidate who will put in jail, hold accountable criminally this regime, meaning the Trump regime. I'll tell you who that is. Oh, man. This is a killer. He's on Blue Sky, saying a lot of stuff like that. In addition to this, our side question, a genius, Hassan bin Sober says, Irv Homer in talk radio. I would agree. Smartest man I ever heard, next to Dom, of course. Yeah. All right, so
staying humble.
Coming up in the he said it, not me.
Oh,
he said it to me.
Okay.
Yeah. The golden age of talk radio, one time when Dominic Quinn and Irv Homer in a meeting just went after each other. Oh, my God. It was unbelievable. Stuff about, well, that mic still smells of alcohol later in the day. Stuff like this. Oh, yeah. You think this stuff, that's corporate stuff. This was all hands on deck, and I was only a rookie and thinking, wow, this is like pro wrestling. That's exactly right. All right, so I'll tell you who that is coming up. A little memory lane. Here is Mrs. Walls. Let's play this since all this radicalism in Minnesota. Do you remember the George Floyd summer? Here's the governor's wife talking about leaving the windows open of the governor's mansion to smell the burning tires.
I would say those first days, when there were riots, I could smell the burning tires. And that was a very real thing. And I kept the windows open for as long as I could because I felt like that was such a touchstone of what was happening.
Imagine that now. They burned it down. You may remember they burned the police, made the police flee, give up a precinct to this. That's where Ali Velci said it was mostly peaceful, and MSNBC cuts to him. Giant flame shooting up behind him, almost on cue. Yeah. Mostly peaceful protests going on here. Going up, burning tires, okay? Apparently, this spot is under a mile away from where George Floyd was killed. So, this is amazing, all in this place. And again, I come back to, if you have chaos, stuff like this can happen. And certainly they had chaos here. Let's go to Jesse in Drexel Hill. Hey, Jesse, what do you have today? Hi.
Hey, Dom. The guy I'm talking about is Rocky Moselle. He was either a marketing genius or one of the great scam artists. He had the name a star after someone, the International Star Registry.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
my God. Jesse, one of the first ads, I'm sorry to interrupt, but the first ads I was on the overnights that we played every hour was the Star Registry thing.
Right.
Oh, man.
Well, you see, he sold a product he didn't have to make, a product he would never run out of, a product that wouldn't be affected by tariffs or labor strife. I think he shut it down in 2021, but he probably made millions. I think at the end he was charging, was it $69.95 or so during the holiday shopping season when you were stuck for a gift. It was, hey, name a star after someone. And, man, he did it, I think, for probably, it must have been 35 years at least.
That's what I'm thinking. Thank you, Jesse. They're getting it today, Henry. We've hit gold. Now, that's genius. You hear what he said? No tariffs, no labor strikes, no overhead. Probably sat there with his wife, name a star, bang. All right, that's your star. Who knows how many stars are up there? I don't know. And that was one of the overnight ads, and it was called PI, meaning you get paid based upon inquiries.
Okay.
Yeah, that whole thing. Yeah. Whew. And I'm thinking, wow, what kind of ad is this? What the heck? All right, that's what we're looking for. Someone who was a genius in their field, okay? 855-839-1210. I'll tell you who this game show host is, who is pretty smart, pretty successful. On Blue Sky, he's posted several things, particularly saying he will vote in 2028 for whoever he believes will hold this regime, meaning the Trump administration, accountable, meaning with criminal penalties and the like, causing a bit of a buzz today. And we'll keep them coming on the side. Jeff Van Drew is here. 9 Republicans voted yesterday, along with Democrats, for Obamacare to be the health care plan. Guess who one of them was? You don't have to call in. Just guess. Guess who was leading the charge? Who might that be in the area? What Republican? Sign in, please. We'll have all that. And a little bit later, we'll talk with Fred Herron, the sheriff out there in Bucks County. You had the right idea. You want to be helpful to ICE to get people that are criminals out of here. And you don't want to have what we had happen in Minnesota. That police chief and mayor and governor, they're all complicit in this. No, we're not going to help ICE. You're missing the plot. They're the Gestapo. It's not helping them deport people. It's maintaining law and order. So you want law and order to go to hell, and look at what the result is. 855-839-1210.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
It's a new year, and there's no better time to invest in your smile than right now. It's 2026, and this is the year that you want healthier teeth, greater confidence, and care you can trust. So make your appointment now with Dr. Mike Veneria at Veneria Dental. With Dr. Mike, it's not about cost, it's about care. His compassion and commitment to your health is his top priority, and I should know he's my dentist. And for over 12 years, Dr. Mike has been recognized by his peers as a master of complex dental surgery and procedures. He treats other doctors. He's the guy the experts call the expert in handling complex dental surgeries and procedures. So, you know, my entire family goes to Dr. Mike, and when it comes to your health, you don't cut corners. That's why it's so important. You go to the best and only the best. With 2 offices to serve you in Cinnaminson and Woodbury. Make your appointment to get your free dental implant consultation today. If you already had an estimate, get a second opinion. It's worth doing. This is your smile we're talking about. VeneriaDental.com, VANARIA, VeneriaDental.com.
Download to see if you qualify for Albert Instant Advance. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription is required for Instant Advance. Please see the Albert app or Albert.com for subscription pricing. Subscriptions can be canceled at any time.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? You can get up to a $1,000 advance fast to pay for car repairs, bills, rent, groceries, whatever you need. Plus, Albert can help you find ways to save and give you a custom budget to actually grow your money.
Albert can get me up to $1,000?
Exactly. But they do more than get you up to $1,000. Albert is your financial assistant, helping you budget, save, and spotting you money in a pinch.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code SAVE to get up to $1,000 for your bills, rent, groceries, and more. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code SAVE to get up to $1,000. Use code SAVE to get up to $1,000.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
I have to look up Dick Christie. I'm not sure why that was on my mind. It was Doug Christie and the Allen Iverson reference. Genius, though, seeing that up close. That was the starting point of the side question today. Now, who is it? Who is the game show host that vows on Blue Sky, and he had several posts on Blue Sky, vows to vote for any 2028 candidate who will prosecute the Trump regime at every level? Well, that would be the host of Jeopardy. Yep, that's right. Ken Jennings, Ken Jeopardy, has posted several things online. The host online outburst came just hours after ICE agents fatally shot 37-year-old Renee Nicole Good. And he had posted other things before were critical, but he posted, I will vote for the prosecute the former regime at every level candidate has my vote in 2028. Moments later, Jennings had amplified a post from writer Kashana Cawley, who wrote, they spend all that time complaining about crime in cities so they could implement their solution of killing people in cities. In other words, he amplified it or reposted it, whatever you want to call it. So now Ken Jennings into the fray here. I don't think it's just around this. I think he's been critical before. No, I don't know if it's Sony, whoever produces it. Of course, you know, he can post whatever he wants. It's usually a bad move, though, to be determining to do that when you have a 50-50 split or thereabouts in the country. So we'll see where that goes. Big announcement today. Josh Shapiro will be announcing in Pittsburgh, and then he'll come here for a rally tonight. And the good news on that front is that also Doug Mastriano did the right thing. Doug finally took one for the team. He has dropped out of running for governor, thus stopping a costly race. Now, just a couple things on this. You know how I feel about Shapiro, what a menace this guy is, up and down the line, and always has been. He's got $30 million already. But Stacey Garrity is a much better opponent than Doug Mastriano, who was one of the most troubling opponents, nominees ever. Nice enough to talk with, but nuts. In addition to which, just not even campaigning in southeastern Pennsylvania against a juggernaut guy. So it will be interesting now to see the next move. I don't think Stacey Garrity will or should say, if elected, or the ticket will be her and Doug Mastriano. Maybe he's holding out hope on that, Lieutenant Governor. I don't see it. I could be surprised. I don't think that's the right way to go. You know, Lieutenant Governor doesn't necessarily, I'll say it this way. Lieutenant Governor doesn't necessarily help you get a lot of votes, but boy, it certainly can get you a lot of negatives. All right, we still have the mob out there. Henry, can we cut into this on Fox? We have the mob standing where ICE is on a megaphone. But let's hear a little bit about what they're saying around the shooting.
I don't want me to show you around, but this is the other side where some of those protesters are. Their main message is they say ICE killed one of their neighbors. They don't feel like she was really doing anything wrong. What they do, John, in a lot of these ICE operations, the people who live in some states try to block things off and say that they're observers, legal observers, but the feds say you can't do that.
Right, you can't interfere with a law enforcement operation, even if you want to call yourself a, quote, legal observer. So what we see behind you, noisy but peaceful at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it ebbs and flows. I think that's the main message here, because you see different...
We got a sense it's still ongoing there. And I yesterday said, look, this isn't like George Floyd's summer. It's cold there, even though, you know, Minnesota people know it's going to be that and all. I don't know that we're seeing this revved up. You saw protesters in New York. Have not seen it in Philadelphia yet, but the weekend, who knows, around this. And the more video that we have, the more social media that we have, the more we seem to see a division here. When you look at this, it's a fair point that she did bump the officer. I mean, that's clear on the video. Now, her intent, was it to potentially ram him or to get out of there, et cetera? That's going to be investigated. We're going to see what we come to on that. But that's not the standard. That's not the standard of qualified immunity here. All right, so 855-839-1210. We'll talk with Fred Herron, former sheriff out in Bucks County, who was allying with ICE in order to facilitate making Bucks County safer. So I don't know who ICE was there to pick up or what they were doing. I do know, though, it's shocking to hear that police chief, maybe not, given how radical this place is, turn on other people in law enforcement. So what are we hearing about ICE now? Well, we're hearing the usual complaints. They're not trained enough. Okay, well, this guy's a veteran officer. He had been dragged by a car before. So then they're just throwing it out. He has PTSD. That's why he did it. We're hearing that they're failures, these ICE officers, meaning they couldn't cut it with local police. Otherwise, they'd be cops. We're hearing they're only doing it for that bonus. We're hearing that the mask thing again and all kinds of ordinances against that. Now, they're in full uniform. People know they're ICE. You know what the mask is about. There are people all over the place. I think they are shut down on Twitter. I'm not sure, Blue Sky, who are in the business of doxing not only the cop who shot, but every one of them that they can. And that results in pressure on their families, their wives, their kids. The other side doesn't care about that. That is exactly and all that it's about. All right, now, a couple of things, and Henry's already on his special hotline. E.J. Antoni here. He answers within one ring, half a ring, and E.J.'s on there. Tomorrow, all of the tea leaves are pointing toward the Supreme Court ruling tomorrow on the tariff situation. And the tea leaves are pointing toward presidential power to do this. Now, looking at it constitutionally, I haven't seen their argument yet. I understand it. Am I happy about that? No, I'm not. And I'm not sure if this is a test just because Trump says it, you go along with it. I've never been a fan of the tariffs. All right, I get some of the leverage he used here to settle various disputes and move back and forth. And it's calmed down a little bit. It's not chaotic. At noon, we're putting 1,000,000% tariff. Then by afternoon, a 1% tariff. I think the Supreme Court's going to rule this way on this. And again, for presidential power, I get it. This is an executive function. But is this something that's valuable? No, I think it's a distraction from where we need to go to win the midterms. And I think you do deep down, too. Is it knowable? Well, E.J. Antoni's the most credible we can bring you. If we have him on tomorrow, I'm going to ask him that point blank. Here's the thing that Trump did do yesterday, though. And he actually is only signaling at this point. But this is a great debate. He's going to be in Davos, Switzerland. I'm not sure. It's usually early February. And then he's going to unveil exactly what they're going to try to do. And we've talked about this before. You have corporate America. I'm not sure if it's BlackRock, Blackstone, any of those outfits, but a bunch of them buying up single-family homes and thus disrupting the market. It's already difficult for that first-time home, for people to get that first-time home, the American dream. I mean, if I were in office, that's one of the things I'd work day and night. I believe in that so much as a template, as a precursor of a society to do that. Doesn't say exactly, other than the full weight of the presidency and all that, more details to be revealed. Now, the Wall Street Journal and others don't like this. I get it. Interference, government. And they try to lowball how many homes we're talking about. Yet, in some cities, Sunbelt cities, some of them are 20% that have been scooped. You have 20% of the housing market, not Philadelphia, thank God. But in some of these Sunbelt cities, there's like 5, 6, 7 big ones. Houston, Dallas, some in Florida. You do that. You scoop up 20% that these corporations have. What do you think's going to happen in trying to get people into those first-time homes? The American dream. Are they doing anything illegal? I don't know about illegal. Are they doing anything that is thwarting the rules of whatever they may be around this? But I see this as a good sign that the Trump people are following our advice. Me, callers, sometimes Henry. Henry was on board with this yesterday, in that they're trying to puncture these three areas. General pricing, like grocery store. Housing, this is a good thing. The one they're deficient on is healthcare. just screaming about the insurance companies is not going to do it. So yesterday in the House, 9 Republicans joined Democrats. Now, the Senate, I think, will not go for it. To say, and it's hard for me to tell you how many years, let's keep Obamacare. I think it could be for as much as 3 years. Yeah, they voted for it. Ryan McKenzie in a tough race. He won't come on now. Henry's trying. Come on, Ryan. We're not going to go nuts. Just want to hear you voted for it. A lot of those representatives from New York, 2 or 3 of them, Republicans, they voted for it. And sign in, please. Brian Fitzpatrick, I think, was one of the leaders of this. Oh, my God. You can't make this stuff up. So we're going to have Obamacare for a couple more years or something like that. That's where they've landed. Now, this indicates Republicans are not doing well on this whole issue of health care, where they stand and where Trump stands. Trump doesn't want to seem to give the signal of where he would go to do this, other than to say, let's attack the insurance companies and let's say we're going to let people make their own decisions and all. And everybody knows that's not going to get passed. There's no chance of being passed. How's that a winning message for the midterms? So the upside news, we have the attention of the Trump administration on pricing, affordability, even housing. And I think they're going to be aggressive with this. And I think it's a politically good move, at least, to be calling out whatever it is here that has these corporations grabbing up all this housing. But when it comes to health care, you see what's happening. 9 Republicans voting for more Obamacare. And we get it, McKenzie and Fitzpatrick in tough races. How much can you take? And Fitzpatrick's plan, if you remember, Obamacare, you get it. What was it? Was it 200,000, 225 up until then, family income? You still get it? And he doesn't want to hear, Brian, you don't want to hear any talk about abortion. Yeah, right, buddy. It's called the Hyde Amendment. Look it up. I don't care about abortion. You want to knock yourself out, Bucks County. But we don't want to pay for it. Other taxpayers don't want to pay for your abortions, Brian. We're not going to litigate that here. Well, that's part of what we're paying for, so we are litigating it. I'd love to get you in on that. And I think it's Scott of Mount Laurel. So, Henry, make your case. Here's the argument. Scott of Mount Laurel is probably on the bat phone. You call yourself a capitalist, Henry? How can you interfere? What are these companies doing wrong?
They're monopolizing everything.
So you're saying a legal definition of a monopoly has been created?
I would say so. I mean, I'm no lawyer, but that's what I would presume, yeah.
So an antitrust action, something like that.
Yeah.
I think that's a really difficult thing.
Oh, it's going to be difficult no matter what.
Yeah.
I mean, you're talking about multi-billion-dollar, almost trillion-dollar, corporations here.
Well, but I'm talking about, when does something become a monopoly when they're buying up housing like this? I haven't seen monopoly law on that would do it. Okay, that might be one theory they put. I wish Trump had given us a little more of the theory of what it is. He's right that in some cities, 20% of housing you might own. That is a stranglehold.
Yeah.
Now, if it's at these levels the Wall Street Journal talks about, it's a nuisance. I don't know if you're making a monopoly case. Now, I don't know how they do it. Is there something that's flim-flam about it that we can call them out? I wish they had done that. All right. Now, if you see yourself as a free market capitalist, does this strike you as a bit iffy? Well, Dom, they have the money. They can buy the housing. But this is one of the causal elements why younger people, how can we have a country, two nuggets, where the median of first-time home buyers is the age of 40? That's unacceptable. I'd say it ought to be 30 to 32, maybe younger. And that a new car median was $50,000. That's insane.
Yeah.
Those two, you can't escape them. You want to ignore them because you're not in that. You're okay. All right, I get it. $50,000 for a car, though. My God. Ro and I, how many Focuses could we get for that over the years? All right. Foci, Tom. 855-839-1210. Love to get you on that. We're monitoring closely what's happening in Minnesota. We'll have the head of the St. Paul, Minnesota Police Union on. He was on with us before. He was great. About what it feels like for cops being told, no, stand down, let that chaos that happened yesterday happen. That's exactly where the fault was yesterday. If cops had been there to keep it more orderly, they certainly would not have let this reckless woman and her others egg on, blocking ICE from just trying to drive out of there. And I see a white SUV, too. It was like a two-layer. If you get through her, there was another one there. They're trying to get out of there. What are you blocking them in for? Because they're playing this game of chicken. They're romanticizing, following ICE around all day. And look at the end result. We have somebody dead. 855-839-1210.
Winter is here, and even small roof problems can become big leaks. I'm Merrill Reese for Impriano Roofing and Siding, trusted by local families for over 50 years. Their experts handle roofing, siding, and energy-efficient windows with no pressure, no gimmicks, just honest work and lasting results. Be proactive. Protect your home before the next storm hits. Visit Impriano.com or call 610-644-4444 today. The best homes have an Impriano roof. Impriano Roofing and Siding, family trusted since 1973.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Deborah specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddeborah.org.
This week's Game Time Sports Update is brought to you by Bet365.
Following their dramatic victory against Baltimore to end the regular season last week, Pittsburgh is set to host Houston on Monday night in their first ever postseason meeting between the two franchises. Houston enters the playoffs riding a 9-game win streak that they hope to keep alive and extend their season into the divisional round.
When it comes to sportsbooks, Bet365 has it all. Download the Bet365 app today. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be located in Pennsylvania.
At PJ Fitzpatrick, you don't have to pick between affordability and quality. You can get American-made windows that are beautiful, affordable, and energy efficient. PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. Plus, they provide peace of mind with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor for your new windows. You can have it all. Visit TrustPJ.com for a free design consultation. That's TrustPJ.com.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It's time to get focused on improving the lives of our beloved pets by feeding them the most nutritious pet food on the planet. With 2 decades of experience, the Dogs and Cats Rules stores can guide you in the right direction to meet your pet's needs. Fads come and go, but there's no substitute for premium meat inclusive food for your pets. If you changed your pet's food lately and they're starting to look like a shaggy dog, smelly ears and biting their feet all the time, you need to come into one of our 7 very convenient locations or visit dogsandcatsrule.pet.
Donna Dern, this is my husband, George. We've been with Crash Proof since 2011.
Becoming Crash Proof was the best decision with our money that we've ever made. The money we earn is ours, and the interest is added to the principal. We compound on top of that money, and there's just nothing better than watching that nest egg grow.
We're still constantly gaining, and it's never going back to where it started.
You let these folks help you out, and doesn't cost you a cent.
Look into Crash Proof Retirement. You won't regret it. And just like through turbulent times before, we still fist bump. And we say, yep, we're okay.
Schedule an appointment or register for the next Crash Proof Retirement Educational Event happening at the Copperfield Inn in Limerick, PA on Wednesday, January 14th by calling 800-722-9728 or by visiting crashproofretirement.com.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
All right, Tom Giordano Show, 855-839-1210. So I'm telling you, Henry, it's just magic. We could take this E.J. and Tony magic and sprinkle it around on some of these other guests. Looks like he's got a good shot of being on tomorrow. And tomorrow looks like the Supreme Court, I don't know about a 6-3, is going to say, yeah, there's presidential power around tariffs. All right, that's a good thing. It's constitutional. It's a bad thing, though, if President Trump suddenly goes on a bender again and we're back to the tariff thing. You know, I just think this is something in a limited way. We get it, some of the stuff he's done. But come on, it was chaotic. Will he go back to that? And Democrats are just itching on affordability to say it's the tariffs. It's all that they have. It's their game plan on this. Let's go to Greg in the Northeast. Greg is on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Greg.
Good morning, Dom and guys. Let's go through a few things. Colonel Allen West, there's probably not a more person in politics or was in politics or military that can speak about anything and speak clearly so the lay people like ourselves can understand it. He's a very good orator. He's tremendous. Oh,
he is, and he's the most impressive guy when he's walking around with you. I don't see anybody messing around with you, Greg. You know,
right? And he doesn't force that upon you like how great am I?
No.
He is very down to earth, and I think he's underappreciated in our local hierarchy of our governmental people, I believe.
Well, I agree with you. That's why I was asking what he was up to and all. And, every time I'm around him, I feel inspired.
The main thing was the police commissioner in Minneapolis.
Yes.
Now, he's an absolute disgrace for anybody that has any tie to law enforcement. Anybody who has tie to law enforcement knows that there could be bad moves and bad police officers and bad rulings. There's no doubt about it. But this guy he is not giving it any choice to those officers were involved in the shooting.
Well,
he immediately wanted to bury them.
Right, that's
which
true.
Is disgraceful.
Right. That's why he answered, oh, yeah, we were on the scene. No, only after the 911 call. And, Greg, if there were cops out there with these protesters, let's call them that for now, they wouldn't have allowed her to get into a vehicle to block it. They would have handled it. They would cut it off. She would be alive. But because they won't do anything that looks like they're aiding ICE, she's dead.
Right. There were two of them. You had the one lady who was giving her description of what she saw and had knowledge, obviously, because she said she was the leader of that group.
Yes, exactly.
What are you kidding me? That's already that should be thrown out. Like, this lady was there to cause chaos and cause problems. The minute that car touches the body of that officer, he's fearing for his life. He has a quarter of a second to make a decision whether am I going to get run over or am I going to stop this? And he made the right decision. Don't be there. Don't put yourself in that position, and you're not dead. It's that simple, people. These are paid, professional, paid organizers.
Well, that's the thing. That's the thing, too. How are two of them, they're both with three kids, out there doing this around the clock with ICE? Somebody's got to be footing the bill. Who's your side today? Who's the genius?
But it's a little bit tongue-in-cheek, but it's absolute genius, is Kris Jenner. She turned a talentless group of family, two of them are now billionaires, and she turned one man into a woman. She's an absolute genius.
Oh, that's really good. There's some truth to that, too. She's not a billionaire, but right. I don't know that the main player is the billionaire, too. Kardashian, I think the other is we know is a billionaire.
Who,
Jenner.
Kylie?
Kylie. Yeah.
Or Kendall. I don't even know at this point.
I think it's
Kylie.
I think it's Kylie. I don't know about Kendall. But I don't think Kim Kardashian's a billionaire.
Yeah,
Probably close.
I think she is.
The other one's wealthier, is
Definitely.
what I'm saying. She's the one that scored by most accounts. So, but yeah, 2 billionaires. And that is the most shocking because I admire that guy as such an athlete. The Mexico City Games, the decathlon, and then suddenly we're seeing this play out. I thought, all right, it's a stunt. At the end, they'll reveal I was just trying it out. I really didn't do anything. Apparently not.
Google says Kim's worth $1.9 billion,
Right.
and Kylie's worth $670 million.
All right, how about it wouldn't be Kendall then? No,
Kendall's 60.
Okay. Kylie was the one that I thought initially was the one they touted as the billionaire. I mean, Kim, obviously, well, it's faded a bit. If you say Kim Kardashian now, if you say she's no Kim Kardashian, I'm not sure. It's faded a little bit.
Yeah, it's
Not as
faded a
much as
little
it
bit.
is,
She
yes.
it definitely passed the peak of
Yes.
the Kardashian craze
Yeah,
for
yeah.
sure. Yeah.
I mean, look at the choice in guys to marry. A mediocre basketball player, a guy who's nuts and might be into Nazism.
Which one?
I'm thinking of
Chris Humphries?
Kanye. Yeah, well, Humphries is the mediocre player. Then Kanye. Was there a third that I'm missing?
No, I was thinking
Yeah.
Lamar Odom with who was that? Courtney?
That's the other with
Yeah.
the other one. Yeah, and she's just along for the ride. She makes $100 million. just
Tristan
with-
Thompson's another one that I don't know which one dated who.
Let's go to Robert Ben Salem. He follows all this stuff. Hey, Robert.
sure he
good,
knows.
Good afternoon. You know better. Go ahead, Robert.
Hi, Dominic Henry.
Yeah.
Good to talk to you guys
Same
today.
here.
I just want to point out that we got the better Jennings, Dom. We got Scott Jennings. The left can have Ken Jennings.
Hey, Robert,
And
let me just take your
Yeah.
temperature, though, and I think you'll be one of the guys, you and Scott Amountler are all going, no, we can't do anything about the corporations buying up all those houses. Shouldn't we at least look at that?
I think that we should look at it if only but we got to specify single-family house.
Right.
If they want to buy apartments, even if they want to buy houses and resell them, that's fine. But I don't know. But Scott does have a point about a free market about that. As far as the health care, I would suggest HMOs. Go back to HMOs. They worked beautifully back in the day until the left got rid of them because it stopped them from taking over, and they passed HIPAA laws. But it's a long story. But I also
wait a minute. Let me
I
intervene. I know what you mean, but you know what? We're going to have to come up with a different term, you and I. I'm not going into the midterms talking about HMOs. The principle, I hear what you're saying. Calling it that, oh, man, they're going to kill us with that.
But if you frame it, and it takes power away from the government and puts it back with the doctors and the patients. But I also wanted to point out, they called her a legal observer. That sounds a lot like Marilyn Father. It sounds a lot like Venezuelan fishermen. It's like the left has a talent for coming up with these stupid phrases to cover what they're doing. But there's a lot to unpack here, Dom, and I'm going to leave it for others, and I'll continue tomorrow. I wanted to get to the side answer, which was Rudolph Diesel. And I went with him because he was the actual father of the internal combustion engine. He used peanut oil at first, but then later developed diesel fuel. The reason why that was such a big deal is because Germany didn't want him to take those plans over to England, and he got on board to Dresden to do just that, and he never made it to England, hypothetically. Some people believe he was that was a cover, and he was sent to Canada, where they developed diesel-powered submarines in 1914. So there's a lot to unpack there, but Rudolph Diesel was a true genius in his field. And I'll leave it at that, and you guys have a great day, Dom.
Thank you, Robert. Boy, we're getting some good ones today. All right, we thought, oh, well, this worked. People are on it. A genius in their field. That's what we're looking for in honor of Stephen Hawking. I don't know about the Epstein stuff. I can't see Stephen Hawking there at the island, but apparently, to quote Alan Dershowitz, Dom, I want you to know I kept my trousers on at all times. That could be a book. All right, Chef Andrew is next here on Talk Radio 1210. First, though, let me remind you, are you ready to make this the year you truly feel better? Start with your health. Rescue Natural Supplements has been helping people support heart health, cholesterol, digestion, weight management, energy levels, and more targeted wellness goals for over 40 years using high-quality, research-backed ingredients your body can trust. And right now, Rescue is celebrating you with their New Year's savings. Save 40% when you buy any 4 single bottles of Rescue supplements with the code NEWYEAR40, NEWYEAR40. Try their popular Rescue 1250 Omega-3 for heart and brain health, probiotic for better digestion, or Oracine for more consistent all-natural energy. Whatever those health goals, Rescue has you covered. To mix and match 4 or more bottles and get 40% off, go to res-q.com or call a Rescue product consultant, 826-ALIVE. Again, 800-262-5483. Online, res-q.com. Use that code NEWYEAR40. Now's the time to take a smart step toward feeling your best. 40% off any 4 bottles of premium Rescue supplements. res-q.com. Use that code NEWYEAR40 at checkout. Don't wait. Make this the year you prioritize your wellness with Rescue.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Gold is now over $4,300 an ounce. Did you get some jewelry as a gift that you don't like? Need cash to help pay holiday bills? Go to the Estates Roadshow Monday through Friday and get cash in your hands. Gold and silver, old rings, chains, and even broken jewelry. Don't wait. Cash in while gold is hot by going to the Estates Roadshow. 4 locations this week: Chestnut Hill, Doylestown, Media, and St. David's. Bring your gold, silver, coins, diamonds, and watches, even broken pieces, and get cash on the spot. The price of gold is now around $4,300 an ounce, so there's never been a better time to sell. No appointments, no fees, no pressure, just friendly professional buyers with over 35 years in the business. Go to the Estates Roadshow Monday through Friday in Chestnut Hill at the Chestnut Hill Hotel, Doylestown at the Doylestown Inn, Media at the Hampton Inn, or in St. David's at the Radnor Hotel. Get some cash in your hands today to help pay those holiday bills at the Estates Roadshow. For more info, visit estatesroadshow.com.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Whether it's midfield or in the red zone, our hometown team can handle anything thrown their way. That's why PNC is proud to be the presenting sponsor of the Eagles Radio Network and support the team's dedication to smart, tested tactics. Being adaptable and preparing a solid strategy pays off. And just like any big game, when it comes to your finances, there is a lot on the line. Having a dependable team allows you to make the plays you need to reach your goals. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Eggland's Best, the only eggs with more fresh and delicious taste, plus superior nutrition. Eggland's Best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time, and oh my God, it is January 8th. Does that mean I can't say Happy New Year to Jeff Van Drew? Larry David might be listening. He's in Jersey. Happy New Year, Jeff Van Drew. Congressman, welcome back to the show.
Thanks, Dom. Happy New Year to you, your listeners, and everybody around you. Hopefully we will have a good year.
Wanted to read you a little bit on the situation, Congressman, with ICE. So what the Inquirer just dropped an editorial, and they say, good, the woman was fatally shot as she attempted to drive away from agents who were yelling obscenities at her and violently trying to open her vehicle's door. So they admit they were trying to get her out of the vehicle, stop her, after she blocked them.
No question. So here's the issue. First of all, this does deserve, as does any time there is a death, it does deserve a thorough, objective investigation with results. And I'm sure that will happen. Secondly, the way to avoid this, obviously, for, again, any of your listeners or everyone, and I'm going to state the obvious, is when a law enforcement officer tells you to do something, to do it. I mean, you just don't drive away. And the fear is, yes, so some may say that he shot prematurely, even though she completely disagreed and was taking off. Was she going to run somebody else over? Was she going to use the vehicle as a murder weapon? We don't know the answer to that. We weren't there. We don't know all the answers. We don't know other than the fact that the mood was somewhat charged and questionable. We don't know all the details of it. So before, I just stepped out of my Judiciary Committee hearing, and of course we're discussing actually individual pieces of legislation, but my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are only talking about this. Whatever we talk about in judiciary, they always go back to whatever the issues of the day are politically.
Right.
And that's
right.
not the way a committee is supposed to run, but that's the way it is. So we've heard about this over and over again. And by the way, God help us, if this didn't happen, it would have been over Venezuela, or it would have been over January 6th, or it would have been over. It's just the way that it always goes. So I think we need to do a good overview. We need to do a good study on this to find out exactly what happened. But, in all fairness, just to say they are calling it a murder. It's not a murder. They weren't there. And let me tell you, you get hit by a car as a murder weapon is no joke either. Just when a police officer at any level, federal, local, asks you to do something, just comply.
Yeah. And then again, because everything's videoed now, social media, if there's anything they're doing that's wrong, we're going to find that out, and there's going to be accountability on that. You are my go-to guy, though, on something. I'm seeing good signs. You probably are, too. You actually get to talk to the president, Congressman. I'm seeing good signs that affordability is really on the top of their list, including yesterday, the president putting out the details are coming on corporations buying up single-family homes and making it more difficult. The one area, and you've been very sensitive to this, though, I don't see a consensus. I'm hoping you can tell us something is brewing. What are Republicans going to do for Americans? What's the agenda on health care? And also helping to win the midterms, that's going to be critical.
And all those things are tied together. So let's hit them one at a time. First of all, and we'll go rapid fire, the idea that large investment corporations just can't buy housing up everywhere, control it, own it, and then we're all serfs that rent is not a good one. The president's right. That should be limited in some way. It is really driving the cost of homes up, and it's really problematic. So I applaud him for looking at that, and not only looking at it, but going to do something on it. Secondly, health care. No, it hasn't been good enough. What happened with health care, and I'm sure you saw it, is some members of Congress that are in difficult districts who are Republican, and some of them really do have some tight races in the best of times, are real nervous about it. So they decided, and I'm not faulting them. I'm not faulting anybody on this. I just want to keep the majority, that they voted with the Democrats to pass a bill without the Speaker's help. It's called a discharge petition, to pass it and send it to the Senate that keeps Obamacare for 3 years with no improvements, no adjustments, nothing. Doesn't make it any better. Now, I don't like Obamacare to begin with, and again, we don't have time. If I went through all the fraud, all the waste, all the abuse, one Social Security number being used by multiple individuals, Social Security numbers being used of people who've passed away, multiple Social Security numbers being used by one individual in multiple states. It's unbelievable. We got to clean some of this up. But that being said, we should clean it up and then do like a 1.5 year extension so we can then present to the American people which would be after the midterms, a good, robust, cohesive health care plan. It won't be perfect. It's problematic. It's one of the toughest issues there are, bar any, but we have a responsibility to do that. Still haven't done it. So what did the frustration lead to? Now we've got the first comprehensive bill that went out of the House of Representatives is a Democrat bill with, I think it was 9 or 10 Republicans going along because they're fighting for their life. I mean, come on. We can do better than that.
Well, here's what I wanted to ask you, though. Look, and you are the biggest supporter of the president when right, but a voice telling him, hey, you may want to look at this again, Mr. President. All I heard him say to you guys the other day when you were in caucus there, the retreat, was something about we're going to go after insurance companies. And he's right, of them making a killing on this. That's not going to answer the American people, and it's not going to win the midterms just attacking the insurance companies.
Correct. So what we should do is, as I said, a comprehensive, robust bill for a year and a half, continuing the subsidies. Because guess what? You know who really takes the hit when the subsidies are cut? A lot of Republicans, because the folks that are Democrats, they tend not to get the subsidy. They get their health care pretty much for free. It's the people that are paying out a lot are going to be paying a lot more. So we should have done it for a year and a half. And when we did that, all the things that he talked about, there are all good things that need to be done. All those reforms, that like PBMs, pharmaceutical benefit managers, all that can be done. The insurance companies, go after them. That could be done, as well as other reforms with waste, fraud, and abuse and reining in the insurance companies, all done in this big bill. A lot of good would be done. Yes, you would continue the horrible Obamacare for a year and a half, but in a much better way. That would make sense, and people would be held harmless. Here's what's going to happen if we're not careful, and I'm going to be really candid about this. What's going to happen is everybody's premiums are going up because of the damn insurance companies, not just those who are on the subsidy, not just those who are on Obamacare. Just regular folks are paying a lot more. The Democrats are good at this. They're good at politics. They're going to morph it all together, and they're going to say anybody who's paying more for health care, it's because of the Republicans not doing anything. That's not accurate, but that's the way it's going to come down. So we politically have to be smarter. I'm going to keep arguing for it. I'm going to keep fighting for it. I want us to win.
In your judgment, to summarize, I want to be clear because I trust your judgment on this and your sensitivities, too, toward people and their needs. You don't see any other way other than putting in some kind of reform but continuing the Obamacare, trying to cut out the fraud, waste, and abuse for a year and a half. And is that because of time and just getting enough people? Okay.
We don't have time. We're here. They're already paying the new premiums, or they can't afford them and they're dropping out. So, yes, you are correct. We need to do something in a timely way to save them. Guess what? And you know this, the American people didn't make this problem. It's the politicians that made this problem. Obamacare, they're getting moved from one company to within Obamacare, from one plan to another, because some of these insurance agents get paid extra money when they move them and sign them up. It's all bad. We can fix all that relatively rapidly, and so it'll be a much better bill and much better than what we have now. And then for that year and a half, work our tails off to come up with something that is better than Obamacare, and then be ready to present that to the American public, pass it, and move on.
Your judgment, again, now, this is imminent, and I'm in complete agreement with you. The healthcare thing, the affordability, I think they're on the affordability thing here, the Trump administration. What else is going to be big coming up and that might have impact as we start to gear up for the midterms?
Well, one of the good things, I have to say, they've talked about it. I hope my colleagues are smart enough to use it. We should have, barring something unusual here, a good year economically. Remember, people are going to be going to their accountants now. We're in January, right? And they're going to find out, oh, by the way, you're paying a lot less taxes on tips, on overtime, on Social Security. 85% of you aren't going to be paying any taxes at all. You're going to buy a new car, good thing, because guess what? For the first time in decades, I won't go through the list, you and I have gone through that. People don't know this. For God's sake, I know legislators, Republican members of the Congress that don't seem to know it. You should be talking about that all the time. Now, that doesn't mean we've done good enough. You've never done good enough. You have to keep working. But that's really good news. I think that bodes well. And I think some of these other areas, the price of gas is going down. In some states not as much because they keep jacking it, like New Jersey, for example, jacking up their gas prices. Presidents, want, along with Congress, trying to work on a lot of energy issues, which are hard to fix immediately because energy is so high. It is the affordability issue. I'm speaking about it a lot. It's a cost of living issue.
Mm-hmm.
I'll give you an example. And I know you have a lot of listeners in New Jersey, and it's the same in Pennsylvania. In New Jersey, the Turnpike, the tolls went up. The Parkway, the tolls went up. The Atlantic City Expressway, the tolls went up. The DRBA and the ferry, the tolls are going up. Now, besides that, your energy costs have gone up. Homeowners insurance have gone up. Automobile insurance has gone up. Your utility bills have gone up. People aren't made of money, Dom. They're getting killed. We got to rein some of this in.
Exactly.
They're getting ripped, and a lot of it's government. You know what? We should have a freeze on some of this stuff. We don't have to increase the damn. We increase the tolls in most states now automatically, and then on top of it, and I'm having a hearing on it coming up soon. I'm sorry, I don't have the date in front of me. We're awarding contracts to countries for our Easy Pass. It's just one little example. There's more than this. Who are connected to and work with the Chinese communists. Remember that?
Well, you've been on it. You've been on it. I'm so glad you're doing this. So whenever you're going to do that, absolutely, we want to feature that. I know you would stick to that. Congressman, thank you so much. Anytime that you have anything, we are here. We want to hear Jeff Van Drew.
Tom, as I've said over the years, and I'll say it again, thank goodness you're there. You get the word out. You tell people the real deal. And you're not, I'm going to be very frank, you're not just a partisan hack. You're somebody that's a true conservative who believes in America and believes that we can do better. So thank you.
Thank you, Congressman. Thanks very much. By the way, I wrote down something here interesting. And Henry, you didn't say this word, but I think it's the word. He said the word surf. Yeah, these people, these corporations, and guess where the president, now I'm not saying Trump's people know this or not, but let me play it out maybe. They're going to be at Davos. You know who's there. All these people, including the head guy, forget him, the German guy.
Yeah.
They think.
Schwab, right?
Yeah, Schwab. That we should not have ownership. You're not going to be owning stuff. You're going to be renting stuff the whole time. Right there. It's beyond mundane. It's evil. The whole idea is ownership.
Yeah.
Particularly, at that first home and the whole thing that you did. I remember it myself. My God. We're all going to be serfs. That's where Trump is going to announce this stuff. So I'll give him grace on that. If this is a plan to say, hey, buddy, Schwabi, we are going to be owning things. Yeah, then I'm on board. But I want to see the details and how he's going to do it. Serfs, great word. 855-839-1210. We're instituting something new. We'll give it a shot here. I have a question for Henry, question of the day, and he might have one for me, and I have no knowledge of it. I've hinted what mine might be for his, that I think he's going to reject out of hand, but we'll have some fun with it. And your calls. And Fred Herron with us at 2 o'clock, former sheriff, Bucks County, Talk Radio 1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
We do the 1210 WPHT Veteran Spotlight in partnership with the Travis Manion Foundation. Joining us this morning, Army veteran and TMF veteran mentor, Steve Mappett. Thanks for coming in.
Yeah, my pleasure, Nick. My dad was enlisted in the Navy, so he talked a lot about service, military. I get seasick, so the Navy was out. Don't have great eyes, so the Air Force was not a great option either.
Process of elimination.
Process of elimination. I was an Army guy.
Steve Mappett.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
A hotel might offer a bar, a resort, a spa. But if you want it all, dining, pools, gaming, clubs, shows, it takes more than the boardwalk. It takes a village. It takes a Borgata, where the best meals meet the hottest tables, where one pool leads to the next. Room service, bottle service, every service. It takes nothing short of a village to make your stay. So we built one. Visit theborgata.com to learn more. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Download to see if you qualify for Albert Instant Advance. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may
may apply. No Albert subscription is required for instant advance. Please see the Albert app or albert.com for subscription pricing. Subscriptions can be canceled at any time.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? You can get up to a $1,000 advance fast to pay for car repairs, bills, rent, groceries, whatever you need. Plus, Albert can help you find ways to save and give you a custom budget to actually grow your money.
Albert can get me up to $1,000?
Exactly. But they do more than get you up to $1,000. Albert is your financial assistant, helping you budget, save, and spotting you money in a pinch.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code SAVE to get up to $1,000 for your bills, rent, groceries, and more. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code SAVE to get up to $1,000. Use code SAVE to get up to $1,000.
New year, healthier goals. So what's for dinner tonight? Hatfield marinated pork tenderloins, of course, pre-seasoned, packed with protein, and oven-ready in about 35 minutes. Hatfield makes fresh starts easy, even on busy nights, and with family-favorite flavors like savory brown sugar, Texas smokehouse, Tuscan herb, and honey garlic teriyaki. Everyone gets a dinner they love. For recipes and where to buy, visit simplyhatfield.com. Hatfield, better care, better pork.
Let's ring in the new year by finally checking off something that actually matters. Your old videotapes and photos are fading more every year. VCRs are disappearing, and the clock is ticking to save your family's most important memories. Hi, I'm Adam Baselogger.
And I'm Nick Mako. We started Legacy Box to help you preserve your memories by converting all your videotapes, photos, and film reels into digital files. And this year, it's easier than ever.
Introducing our biggest kit yet, able to hold up to 80 videotapes or film reels or 2,000 photos. It's perfect for big collections. You can even send in old DVDs, memory cards, flip phones, or early generation iPhones.
Legacy Box is truly the easiest New Year's resolution you'll ever keep. Just fill your box and send it in. As the world's largest digitizer of home movies and photos, all work is done in the U.S., and we're trusted by over 1 million families.
Start the new year right by rescuing the moments you haven't watched in years. Go to legacybox.com/radio for an incredible 55% off. That's legacybox.com/radio for 55% off.
For the pulse of the city, even if it ain't pretty.
The Dom Giordano program.
On Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
All right, Dom Giordano show, throwing a new wrinkle into it with Happy New Year's. But I said it to a guy fixing the printer out here today, effusively. I love it. It's a Happy New Year. Let's push back against the Henrys of the world and the. He's not quite a Larry David, but
I think if you're fixing the printer in this place, you deserve as many Happy New Years as you want, because that thing is always down.
He said, "I've listened to you forever," and I said, "All right, get that printer, buddy. That's what we depend on." Yes, nice guy, really good. Couldn't shake his hand, so it had all that printer stuff on it. But all right, question of the day, and we'll see how this goes. I'm gonna save mine till tomorrow for Henry. He's got one for me today. Henry, what's your question?
Yeah, Dom. Have you heard about Conformity Gate?
No.
No. Okay, so I take it you're not a fan of the show Stranger Things.
I am not.
No.
And again, it's like a personal bias. I guess because I wasn't in on it early, I disparage it.
Okay,
you know,
well,
I don't know why. Yes.
I got in on it late, too. I probably didn't start watching until like
okay.
season 3 came out, but I enjoyed the show a lot.
Okay.
Up until this final season, like a lot of people. It was just a mediocre kind of, went out with a whimper kind of ending. But it was so mediocre that fans of the show were looking for clues and somehow gaslit themselves into thinking that there was a secret final episode after the finale that was going to drop last night.
Oh, my God.
In order to satiate the need for a better ending.
Okay.
Obviously, that did not happen. So I guess my real question to you is it possible that a mainstream show like the big hit show will ever land the plane ever again, like a Sopranos or The Wire? It just feels like since Game of Thrones ended, which was, an absolute atrocious ending, it feels like these shows don't know how to end themselves. So do you think we're going to see another big-time show like this ever land the plane?
I think no, and one of the reasons is people are highly critical of this, even if they do a great ending. Like, I love the Seinfeld ending. I was on the air when it happened.
Oh, really?
And I got it, what they were trying to do. I mean, they had a great premise. These people were not evil, but they were lackluster in caring about other people and the way they did it. And I interviewed the soup Nazi.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't even know he was a soup Nazi. He just knew his own name when he had a trailer, and he said, "Who's that?" And he agreed. It was very subtle, but a lot of people are critical. They're critical of the Sopranos end.
Yeah, that's true because people just thought their TV broke. I remember when that was like a big story across the country as a kid. But I'd argue Curb Your Enthusiasm did the Seinfeld finale better than Seinfeld did.
Maybe,
Because I don't know if you saw that. Eventually they get let out of prison and they go, this should have been the ending.
Yeah, and look, you run out of energy. It takes almost a specialist to be the show ender. To come up with something that summarizes it, but in an artful way. It doesn't look like a summary. Having all those big characters testify for Seinfeld and all.
Yeah.
All those people are together.
I enjoyed the episode. It's just up until the end. I think that's when people go,
Yeah. I it's very hard to end. Well, look at MASH, how they ended up. I thought that was a beautiful ending.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh, that's legendary.
So what is it? I think hypercriticism, social media is going to make it, and maybe some corporate interest, God knows what it is. But I love this. I didn't even know that.
Oh, yeah.
That there was going to be a secret ending dropping.
And it didn't happen, and everyone's all upset.
Oh, God. That's a great question.
It's a great show that went out with a whimper.
I don't know what show will be ending in 2026. It's major. I'd have to think about that.
Heated Rivalry, maybe?
Oh, man.
All right.
You been watching that show?
I haven't.
Yeah. I'm saying, is that major? I don't even.
It's major.
Major, I'd say so.
All right. I'll continue to think about that. That's we're always looking for a great question. Just I got one for Henry that's sports related tomorrow. That I'm sure he will need a seatbelt to stay in his seat around it. He's already. I've hinted at it.
I'm gonna go through this glass.
The objection. You may come after me for this too. But it's sports related. All right, coming up, Fred Herron, one of our favorites. This is the guy, sheriff out there in Bucks County. His thoughts on what he saw play out there. Larry Krasner had the nerve today to be with Sheriff Rochelle Bilal. Beyond an absolute disgrace. We told you about her before in Philadelphia. And other voices that he made stand up as he sat down and talked, decrying what happened in Minnesota. These other voices. We'll talk to Fred about how he sees that playing out in Minnesota. You heard what I think was lack of police to keep the crowd from doing what they did that ended in her death. All straight ahead, big 2 o'clock hour.
Experience casino like never before at Bet365. Spin your way through your favorite games. Check out our awesome table games and face off against a real live dealer. And play exclusive games that you simply can't play anywhere else. New Bet365 players get a 100% deposit match bonus up to $1,000 plus spins. Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically present in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Hey, Joe DeCamry here. You know, when you're making your New Year's resolutions, be sure to think about your car and your wallet and then head on over to United Tire and Service. Taking care of your car and saving money is a resolution you can actually keep thanks to United Tire. From new tires to full inspections, oil changes, and more, United Tire and Service will keep your car in shape without breaking the bank. Stop by your locally owned United Tire and Service or go to UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
Breaking news. TurnersvilleJeep.com is reporting Jeep headquarters just released the lowest Jeep lease payments in years. With over 400 new Jeeps, Dodges, and Ram trucks to choose from, there has truly never been a better time to get into the Jeep, Dodge, or Ram truck of your dreams. And with payments anyone can afford. Do not delay. These rock-bottom payments will not last. Go to TurnersvilleJeep.com and lock in one of these historic deals today.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
All right, it is Dom time. Yesterday, as this story was breaking, Henry and I talking, we tried to get him on yesterday, but it's better today. We have more meat on the bone to talk about. Our first thought was Fred Herron, Sheriff Fred Herron, noted law enforcement in Bensalem and then in Bucks County, and someone who was working the final details, I guess I'd put it out, of some partnership with ICE. Oh, man, you can't say that, right? And you know, my charge is what I see here clearly with this police chief. If police had been there to help with crowd control so it wasn't so chaotic, I believe they would have never allowed this woman and maybe another vehicle to be blocking ICE from leaving that area. She'd be alive. There's other factors, but let's go to Sheriff Fred Herron. Hey, Fred, Sheriff, Happy New Year. Thanks for joining us.
Happy New Year, Dom. Happy New Year. Thanks for having me.
So, Fred, we'll find out what you're up to. I know last time we talked about consultancy and a number of things, but yesterday, if you had a chance while this played out, just give us anything that you think played out here. How did you see all this?
Well, you know, I see the same videos that everybody else is seeing, and you know, the fact is, and I've been doing this now for 39 years, and I never Monday morning quarterback. I'd like to have all the evidence in, but it looks like, you know, the gunshot's through the front windshield, not the side. It's head on through the front windshield. And you said it in the opening here. Local law enforcement needs to assist federal agents when they're in town. We've done it in Bensalem. We've done it in Bucks County. It becomes problematic, and in this particular case, someone lost their life because you don't have that partnership. And, you know, if you look at I was just talking to a colleague in Florida today. If you look at the police chief in Minnesota, if you look at his facial expression at these press conferences, he looks to me like he wants to throw up. That, you know, he's sitting there with this mayor, and you've got Tim Waltz, these two lunatics that don't know anything about anything. You've got all these other folks making comments that don't know the first thing about law enforcement. And, you know, the fact is these people should not be interfering with ICE's functions, whether they agree or disagree. The street is not the courtroom. That's not the place to air your differences. If you don't believe what they're doing, you take it out, you know, in proper channels. But to fight and get in their way of law enforcement, of legal law enforcement action, whether you agree or disagree, you know, somebody could say, I don't believe people should be arrested for possession of marijuana. But in Pennsylvania, it's illegal. And if you're going to get away with that arrest, there's going to be a problem. So, you know, people need to cooperate, whether or not they believe or don't believe in their mission. That's not their call. That's not their call. And unfortunately,
yeah, Fred, as we said, too, in Philadelphia has civil affairs. You guys in Bucks County might have something like that. The scene was chaotic. And you know this, law enforcement in your blood. when you have a chaotic scene, I'm talking for an hour or so as ICE was assembled there, it provokes stuff that's not good. Everybody gets ratcheted up and all. You want to calm things down. And they never would have allowed the leader, she was a leader of this cavalcade of cars, they never would have allowed her to block it. It would have been stopped. They wouldn't have to then, on the spot, try to get her out of the car.
Yeah, that should never have gotten to that point. That car should have never been blocking a highway. We need to understand that everybody has a job to do, and you have the right to voice your opposition to this country. That's one of the things that makes this country great. But you can't get in the way of law enforcement. You can't get in the way of lawful arrests. And if you don't think it's lawful, that's why we have courtrooms. That's what makes this country so great. And these folks are getting in the way. No one deserves to die for speaking their piece. But when you get in the way and you charge a car at a law enforcement officer, and it has to be what he thought, what was in his mind, was his life at risk. And if you look at a couple of the videos, that car was aimed at him. And, and whatever he thought, and none of us will know, only he will know. And you got to remember, this guy was already run over a couple of months before he was drugged. So God knows what was in his mind. It's between him and the Lord. And this car was coming at him, and he shot through the front windshield, not the side windshield, through the front windshield. And at the end of the day, people need not to get in the way of law enforcement doing their job. Whether you agree with that job or not, that's not your call. That's not your call. This is the law of the land right now, and you have to abide by it.
Fred, you probably know this too. Even in a place like Minnesota, which is progressive, a large part of it, there are 7 counties. I think it's 87 counties they have, something like that. So I guess they're more rural, that did say they would assist ICE and had a program similar toward yours. Again, what is it? And you were trying to be very precise about this. The media should have done their job. It'd be a great debate, but they just tried to slur it like you're going to be turning ICE loose. In Bucks County, what is it you were signing off on?
Yeah, what I signed off on is, and if you see the new sheriff made a statement on ABC, I believe, he basically told everybody what I was doing, which is what he plans on doing, which I was actually laughing when someone sent it to me today. We were not going up rounding up gardeners and people that worked in businesses or people that were entrepreneurs or people that owned bodegas. We were not rounding people. We were only dealing with folks that had due process, that were convicted of crimes that were in this country illegally. That was the plan in Bucks County. That was the plan from day one, and that was the plan from day last. And people just, the Democratic Party just put their own rhetoric out there because that's what they wanted to appeal to, the folks that just didn't understand it, and they played them. And it is what it is. But that's not why, I think I've said this to you before, I don't believe immigration is why we lost the election.
No, it was
there were a lot because
trying to get at Trump, and you were the only one they could get at.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
To hurt the president, they had to get through me.
Right.
And you know what? It is what it is. I still believe in everything that I did in that sheriff's office. There was a lot of great stuff that was going on. I don't know what will happen to it, but my mojo from day one, being a law enforcement officer from April 20th, 1987, is to prevent crime and to prevent future victims. And if I could deport somebody that had committed a crime in this country or in this county and made it so they could never commit that crime again, I'll take that to my grave. I have no remorse. I have no regrets. You got to stay with what you believe, and you got to push on. And as you had said, I'm doing some other things right now, and I have I'm not leaving Bucks County, and I plan to be very active in the county.
We're glad to hear that. Are you saying, Fred, because I guess it was 6 ABC you're referencing, and I think Dawn, previous show, mentioned it, that the new sheriff said essentially he's going to do what you did. Maybe he's calling it something else?
Tomatoes. That's what it sounded like to me in the interview. And he also, and I've talked to him. He's actually, he's not a bad guy. I mean, I actually like him as a person. He's a decent guy. But he has no law enforcement experience, and he's making comments day 4 on a job. I haven't done it on 39 years. I never made real comments like that, that he's basically condemning the actions of those officers. And not for nothing, he doesn't know the first thing about law enforcement. I don't know how he could possibly make those comments, but it is what it is. The time will tell. There's going to be a lot more videos coming out. We see what they put out on the media. I had no extra videos to look at. I did try to look at every angle, and it was one of the last videos I saw that car was head on and the shots were through the windshield. So there'll be an investigation. There's no doubt, and time will tell. But my advice to the public is you don't get in the way of a law enforcement officers conducting their job. You don't agree with it, fine. But you don't interfere, because that's only going to get somebody hurt. A suspect hurt, a bystander in this particular case, or an agitator in this case, or an officer. And this has to stop. And you have, these elected officials, especially the ones out, in Minnesota, that are just dialing up this rhetoric. And, I heard AOC and the rest of that crew, they need to be quiet. They don't know. Stick to what they know, which is probably very little. And don't get in the way of law enforcement doing their job. Surely don't comment on it when you know nothing about that. These folks are making Monday morning quarterbacks, and they've never been on the field. So be quiet, mind your business, and stick to what you know.
And they should agree with us. If they really don't want all this, they should agree that law enforcement, even if they don't agree with ICE and what is the law, should be there. They're there to enforce law and order, just peace, and let people protest in the manner that you ordinarily would. So they don't agree with that, and they just think this is going to force ICE out of it. What it's going to do, I can feel it right now, Fred, even though I've never faced what you did in this, and I can just feel the adrenaline pumping of them and the protesters, and we know what happens when that happens. It's not de-escalate. They talk about de-escalating. Right. The force that would de-escalate would be the local cops there just to do their job and to stop confrontation. That would de-escalate.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, and these folks are escalating it. You're 100% right, and the police officers and the federal agents, they're human beings. They get pumped up too, and going through everything they're going through is very difficult. I've been on a picketing line. I have had people spit on me. I have had people say vulgar things that I wouldn't even be able to repeat
Fred,
on radio.
Let me introduce you. See, and you really brought up something there. You know what? I couldn't do that, Fred. And knowing you, I really commend that. Any cop, when people spit at you or on you, there's very few things to me that are worse than that, other than, a real all-out physical attack. How do you get yourself as a law enforcement officer not to react when someone's spitting?
You have to. It is really no easy answer. You really have to get your mind in a spot that you got to be better than them, and you have to be held higher than the standards of the law for an average citizen, and police are held to a higher standard, as they should be. So you have to just get to your place, and you retreat, first of all, to some degree. You put on proper protective clothing and masks and things like that, and you come a little bit better prepared. But it's very tough. The spitting, I mean, in 1987, going back, I can remember, first couple weeks on the job, I had human feces thrown at me. And I was about, what am I doing here? What the heck
well,
am
Fred,
I
I'm
doing
telling
here?
you, that's bad. You know what, though, Fred? I'm crazy about this. The spitting bothers me more. I know that's nuts. The spitting, there's something about it so reprehensible.
Yeah.
I remember when Bobby Alomar spit on the umpire. I wouldn't put him in the Hall of Fame for that. I don't care if it's 100 years from now. It's
hard. Spit is, for some reason,
God,
worse than other things.
Yeah.
And the guy with the feces had mental health problems. It wasn't. He didn't do it intentionally. He had mental health problems, but one way or the other. But the spitting, just being nasty people. Like you want to argue, you don't believe in certain things. I'm all okay with that. But you got to be peaceful.
Yeah. So Fred, I hope the podcast is still going full bore. Is it?
I haven't done. Well, I've only been gone 4 days.
Right.
So.
Okay. Come on, chop.
It.
We need that podcast, Fred. Come on.
I'm rebranding it. I'm getting some stuff together at home, but we're rebranding it, and it's gonna come back better because now I'm not employed by the county, so I'm gonna be able to be a little bit more.
Oh boy, yes. Vegas,
Fred Herron, the uncensored version.
Vegas after midnight with Fred Herron. Yes. Well, let us know. Tell Henry as soon as it's rebranded, you're ready to
Absolutely.
go. We want to get you back to promote it, Fred. I'm glad you're
Thank
still
you.
very, very active, Fred. And again, you always have a place here with us. We love talking with you.
Thank you, my friend.
Take care, Fred.
Thank you. Bye.
All right, Sheriff Fred Herring. Yeah, I didn't see that full interview. I think Dan and Dawn were talking about it a little bit. So the guy's going to do pretty much what he's doing. He's just not calling it that. And he also attacked the police, of course. Dan, would you invite him on? I know the father. And tell him, it's not going to be, I want to hear his argument. Technically, I know he's an attorney. I only pretend to be one. All right, Linda Kearns put on the bat phone in case I need some ipso facto, just to say something, as she always does.
Yeah, it's the legal counsel.
Yeah, other than complaining about losing the big debate to me. You were there. You witnessed it. They were booing her. Linda Kearns, this is Elvis's birthday, will be with us because of that. And also, Chester County, the investigation is in about what happened on Election Day. Remember that debacle? But guess what? They're not going to release it until January 27th. What is wrong with people in the suburbs of Philadelphia that they accept? That will be close to 3 months. And we know what happened there, right? Where's the accountability on it? All right. One other thing so I don't forget. We talked about the governor. The governor today actually said in his news conference in Minnesota, the Minnesota First, that was a Civil War regiment, was there in 1863 to fight. He's bringing up Civil War references now with the Trump administration. 1863, Minnesota First fought for the Union. Well, wait a minute. I thought you guys always talk about the Confederacy. You're the Union now and Trump's the Confederacy? All right, 855-839-1210. First, though, it is time for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Yesterday, even in the middle of it, it was a great one. It wasn't the SpongeBob, that was...
No, yesterday we took a trip to Burma.
Oh, that's right. Myanmar. Right. Yes, that's right. Myanmar. Myanmar. Still mispronouncing it. All right, you're going to win a pair of movie passes to see Sheepdog movie at AMC, Neshaminy 24 Theaters in Bensalem, Pennsylvania. Sheepdog is a must-see and one of the best films of the year in theaters. January 16th, rated R. Go to sheepdogthemovie.com for details. Henry?
Yeah, Dom, so today on the side, we're asking for geniuses in their field, and simply put, John Lennon is considered one of the musical geniuses in his field, despite how some people may think that the Rolling Stones are a better band than the Beatles.
Some very astute people.
Yeah, sure, we'll say that.
All right, yeah. Not including Sean, yes.
Simply today, I am going to have one musical genius covering another. I want the name of this musical genius I am going to play for here now, covering John Lennon. A genius in his own right, Dom.
I don't like the interpretation of this, though. I give Lennon a lot of credit for the presentation. You like the interpretation?
Yeah, I think it's fine.
Better than Gal Gadot.
Yeah.
Boy, the interpretation's better than that.
Okay. All right, so hit us with that. You're off to see Sheepdog the movie. We're coming to your calls, too. A lot of balls in the air. And get ready to cheer on Linda Kearns, Elvis's birthday today. Genius, yeah, in his own way of what he created, or it was Colonel Parker, the genius.
Oh.
Yeah, I think the guy is maligned. He made Elvis. Now, he took 90% of the money, it seems like, but, yeah, small thing. 855-839-1210.
Anthony Gambone and Denise Gambone from Royersford, Pennsylvania. With the market near record highs, now's the time to become part of the Crash Proof family.
You're guaranteed to not lose any principal, and you're cheering the stock market to go up because it means you make more money.
That's the beauty of the crash-proof system. I've made money, and I haven't paid for anything. You secure your nest egg, then it's compounded the next year. There is real growth.
Since Tony and I came to Crash Proof Retirement, we have made a substantial amount of money. And if you live in the Limerick, Linfield, Phoenixville area, come out to the Crash Proof event at the Copperfield Inn in the new year. You will not be disappointed to see what Crash Proof Retirement has to offer.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Copperfield Inn on Wednesday, January 14th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk about prices. At National Appliance Warehouse, we have billions in buying power that we leverage in order to pass dramatic savings to our customers. We're passionate about offering the lowest price, so we developed Price Assured to ensure we always are. Price Assured uses powerful technology to scan chain store prices online and make sure ours is lower. Because Price Assured is connected to electronic tags throughout the showroom, it's able to update them instantly if an adjustment is needed. Our customers enjoy great service that rivals that of a small independent while shopping with confidence they're seeing the lowest possible price.
The New Year's mega sale is underway at National Appliance Warehouse. Enjoy holiday savings on GE appliances. Save up to 35% on select GE appliances. Browse an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
If the cold weather has you thinking it's finally time to replace those old drafty windows and doors, then there is no better time than now to make your home more energy efficient while taking advantage of Guida's big winter sales event. My good friends at Guida Door and Window are extending their big winter sale through the month of January by offering 40% off every door and window you buy. That's right. Get 40% off each expertly installed energy efficient replacement window, which also includes free high-performance low-E glass. And if you're in need of a new door, you get 40% off any door, including insulated entry doors, sliding patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, you can start your project with no money down and pay it off interest-free for up to 12 months. This offer is for a limited time only, so you have to act quickly. If your home needs new windows and doors, then call the experts at Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Pump up your energy savings with the new Bradford White Aerotherm G2, the only hybrid electric heat pump water heater manufactured in America using the finest components from around the world. It's a Bradford White, so it's built to be the best for years of reliable performance, top efficiency, and energy savings. Plus, rebates and tax credits could save you thousands more. How you heat your water matters. So ask your plumbing pro about the Aerotherm heat pump water heater and visit BradfordWhite.com to learn more.
From Pottstown to Vincenttown, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
It's the Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone?
Show me the money.
All right, so we have one musical genius covering the song of another musical genius. Nice play by Henry. Let's hear the clue.
Some would even call him the genius, Dom.
All right, let's go to Jane in Center City on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Jane, welcome in. Who's covering that song?
I believe it's Ray Charles.
All right, nicely played. Now, I didn't pick up on that, I'll be honest, for some reason. Now, hearing it, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, Ray Charles known as the genius, so it only made sense
Yeah.
to make him the answer
yes.
today.
And for Lennon, there's no Yoko Ono part in this, right?
Not that I
remember her
know of.
doing
No, I don't
anything,
think he
yeah.
gave her a cameo.
Okay. Imagine the first day of the Beatles with Yoko Ono. Oh, man.
Yeah, I wonder
must
how
have, like-
fast she soured the relationship. I wonder if
Yeah.
it was like 15 minutes or like.
Yeah, they don't
first
seem to
handshake.
be as difficult, as the Stones would be. That's the point I was making. I don't see that happening there. That Mick Jagger brings in Yoko Ono. Not going to happen.
Explosive.
No, yeah, they would just quit or not be. We're going on with. They're not going to put up with it. No, that's a tale about the Beatles. Well, I don't know if she broke them up or not. Ultimately,
Yeah, I would think so.
Yeah. Okay. Side question today is that a genius, in quotes, in their field. Someone so good in their field. That's what we're looking for. And, the new sheriff did do an interview with 6ABC, giving his thoughts, and I think Fred Herron's right, on what happened yesterday. And I guess in Bucks County, they think, and we'll get it and play it tomorrow. Maybe he'll come on. I'd love to hear him because he could be in that position. They think that, I guess, allowing mobs to try to recklessly get involved with ICE, and we saw it go on for an hour or so before this happened, is the way to go. Because if you send the police there to allow ICE to do what they're doing and keep, quote, protesters from recklessly getting in the way. They have a right to protest. They have the right to film them. They had a right to be, quote, legal observers. Yeah, it's kind of like them, as Robert of Ben Salem said, the Maryland man and Russian collusion, legal observers. You don't have a right to block this, though. And there was another vehicle there trying to do it also, I think. Why were the police not there? There was obviously a big group there. They obviously got calls on it. It was only a mile away from the George Floyd thing. Why were the police not there to keep civil order? It doesn't mean people couldn't be screaming at ICE. It doesn't mean they couldn't be filming them. It just means you can't let them get at them. You can't let them interfere. That's because they feel that would be condoning ICE. In a nutshell, that's what this comes down to me. All the other niceties of where he fired, did she hit him, all that, I hear it. She shouldn't have been there, and with local police, they would have had enough. They wouldn't have allowed her to block it. That would have been their job. No, we see what you're doing there. You can't block it. You got to get the vehicle out of here. She'd be alive. But they're not going to do that. So out in Bucks County, serious question, and we'll see if we get them on or at least play the ABC interview. Is that what they want in Bucks County? When ICE comes to Bucks County, do they want the indivisible mob and all these people that you see to be able to descend on them, to romanticize they're going to block them and stop them? Apparently, that's what they may want. And what is the possible result? The possible result is people are going to get hurt. In this case, dead. You put police in there. I don't know how many it would have taken. Maybe a half dozen. And I don't think the police are going to allow. Now, why did ICE allow? Because ICE was trying to get out of there. That's the point. They were trying to drive out of there to get away from this situation. Isn't that relatively simple? They're saying, though, putting the police in there just protects ICE. No, what it protects is civil order. And then whatever ICE does, if they're doing something, and the police can film them. Here's the solution. All right, we have to do everything, I guess. You can have the local police as witnesses. In other words, you can have the local police there filming the actions of ICE. That's certainly within the law. I don't think it's good for camaraderie and all, but okay. You could have the local police there protecting civil order, meaning whatever ICE is going to do, people are not recklessly going to intervene, which is a felony. But those officers can be called to testify. They're excellent witnesses. They're cops. And film what ICE is doing. Why don't we do that? We don't do it because the mob doesn't want it. They just want ICE to go away, to be stopped, to be attacked. They can't get at Trump, so they want to get at them. You want to bring a legal case against them, they're doing something that's outside the law. What better than to have cops filming them? That's all legal, and ICE, they should agree with that. It's not good for a working relationship, but I get it. What about that solution? No, we don't want to do that. She would be alive. You'd have a record of what ICE is doing. And if you want to take action against them legally, take action. All right, Linda Kern's next on the big day here. Now, I think we have to do so. I don't know when Frank Sinatra's birthday is, but I'm sure we'll be flooded on that day. Elvis's birthday, people are kind of forgetting. Also, I want to ask Linda, Chester County now, the investigation is over, reported this morning, but they will not release the report of how they screwed up, 12,000 votes at least. I saw some numbers, huge numbers, till January 27th. And people accept this? Just spit it out. Who's responsible and what are you going to do about it? That will be, over 3 months? Close to 3 months after this happened. You're paying them $35,000. You're not telling your constituents for 3 months after the fact something simple that happened here, and what are you going to do about it? All right, Linda Kearns with all that and your calls on Talk Radio 1210.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
I dared Archwell Health to keep track of my vitals and my grandkids' names.
I dared Archwell Health to simplify my prescriptions, so Max and I have more time to play. Good boy.
And I dared Archwell Health to be closer than my neighborhood coffee shop.
Our members dared us to do more as a primary care provider for adults age 60 and up. So we made it our mission. Visit archwellhealth.com and become a member today. Archwell Health. We dare to care.
It's time to get focused. Focused on improving the lives of our beloved pets by feeding them the most nutritious pet food on the planet. With 2 decades of experience, the Dogs and Cats Rules stores can guide you in the right direction to meet your pet's needs. Fads come and go, but there's no substitute for premium meat inclusive food for your pets. If you changed your pet's food lately and they're starting to look like a shaggy dog, smelly ears and biting their feet all the time, you need to come into one of our 7 very convenient locations or visit dogsandcatsrule.pet.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
All right, Tom Giordano Show. What we have to put up with, I think it was bribery, yes, though, ipso facto, fraud. All the producers getting cupcakes yesterday. It seemed to be like truckloads of them. And it wasn't even Elvis's birthday until today. It's just buying access.
I'm okay
FCC
with
will
that.
be looked into it, I'm sure. Yes.
I'm up for
These
sale.
were huge cupcakes, too. There may have been $50 bills in them.
Oh,
Who knows?
my gosh.
Yeah.
It tasted like it was $50. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, did she make them herself? I hear that's not. These were not homemade. My eyes said no. Nobody could make them that well. Let's go to attorney extraordinaire and talk show host, Linda Kearns. Linda, happy Elvis Day.
Well, thank you very much, Tom. Thank you for saying happy birthday, Elvis, and giving this day the pageantry it deserves.
Pageantry. Well, he does meet the criteria. We're asking, Stephen Hawking's birthday was the other day. Somebody who was a genius in their field, and one of the biggest, we agree, is somebody who revolutionized it or at least changed it up. And yeah, Elvis did.
Absolutely. And, I heard you earlier saying that I, quote unquote, complain about that rigged Sinatra Elvis debate.
Yes.
But remember, I was Trump's attorney in 2020 here in Pennsylvania. And what did I do from that experience? I learned that when the other side rigs an election, you come back stronger in 24. And I'm going to use those same skills on you for the rematch. And I'm not going to let you get away with that stuff again.
You're debating somebody who does thousands of debates. How do you even stand a chance? Just because you won Pennsylvania for us, that doesn't stop me. Come on now.
Dom, all I have to say is be afraid. That's basically my advice on this issue.
So, Linda, the Chesco people, again, hard to believe politically this is happening. They have the report now, and you said, yeah, you give me just some cupcakes. I would have done it in 5 minutes. $35,000.
Dom, I already told you.
Yeah.
This is done and dusted. I explained why did that happen, because no one proofread the poll books, because they got them back from the printer and sent them out. I could have done that investigation in 5 seconds.
Yeah, exactly. And now they're not going to release it until January 27th. And look, that's what politicians do. But the people out there, it's the most affluent, educated, allegedly, in the area. What do we make of this? That there doesn't seem to be any pressure to admit that and to say, okay, what's the accountability? And Linda, particularly, you're in the most sensitive field imaginable, in the biggest swing state imaginable. We're hyper on this. It comes up constantly. Any kind of shenanigan or flaw, you ought to jump on it immediately.
Oh, I absolutely agree with you. In fact, I just filed a lawsuit against Lackawanna County because of the debacle from the primary when they sent out the wrong ballots to some Republican voters. Now, I wanted to file something in Chester County, but it wasn't that easy. You have to have a plaintiff and to establish the cause of action. And because eventually most of those people, or everyone I talked to, and I did talk to a lot of your listeners, did end up filing and, filling out a provisional ballot and having it counted, it was difficult to draft a lawsuit in that regard.
So, Linda, what are you working on now? What's your area of interest other than cupcaking these producers and filling in and coming on with Dawn each week and trying to make them believe you can defeat me by the summertime? I'm in training for this. Henry, there's no holds barred on this. Right out of the box. Bang! What are you up to?
Well, what I'm working on right this second, and I'm a little disappointed in my Henry, because I told him that today's Elvis's birthday, and you can log into the Graceland cam and watch live what's going on Graceland, and I'm looking at it right now, and people just got off the bus, and they're waiting to go into Graceland. You can watch Graceland. You can monitor it 24/7. I can't believe more people didn't know that.
Well, here's the thing, Linda. I had it up during the commercial break leading into this segment, and then when we came back, I switched the camera back to Dom, and I have the Graceland camera back up right now.
Yeah, well, my hair might be slightly better than Elvis's. That's another factor too.
But you see that on the monitor, Dom? That's live at Graceland. That's people waiting to go into the mansion. I mean, isn't that amazing? You can look into that 24/7. So other than monitoring what's going on in Graceland, I have my suit against Lackawanna County, and and that's with the Center for Election Confidence. And then I have two things pending with the Public Interest Legal Foundation. We're waiting for the Supreme Court to see if this is the Supreme Court of the United States, to see if they will take our case on the non-citizen voting and the transparency of that under the NVRA. That's a voter roll case. And then we also have ongoing our case here in the Eastern District of Pennsylvania about the people who made threats against the voters in the 24 election. So I have multiple election cases going on. And, Dom, I did want to mention to you, my office is at Broad and Locust, so I'm a few blocks down from City Hall. So we get warnings if there's going to be protests. And I thought your listeners would like to know that today at 5 p.m., a protest of the recent Minneapolis ICE incident will take place at City Hall, 1400 JFK Boulevard. It is anticipated that the participants will march through Center City, which may cause traffic delays. So there's going to be this nonsense here in Philadelphia.
Thank you for that. And you know where they usually go. They know their stuff, these activists. They go to 676, the turnoff there. There have been incidents. That way they can block up everything. And I don't know how many times, Linda, we go through this with the police. I've had ministers on and all. They actually believe, I don't know, I don't want to overextend my jurisprudence and say it's kidnapping, but it is unlawfully stopping people from their right of access. That right never seems to be realized.
You're absolutely right. And I'm wondering, Dom, I didn't get a chance to listen to your whole show today, but they're calling that woman a legal observer. That's a made-up term, isn't it? I mean, yes. I never heard that's a made-up term. No, there's no such thing. Was she standing there? Yes. Was she observing? Yes. Until she tried to run over the ICE agent. Was she breaking the law? No. So now they're calling her a legal observer. I really wish voters would just wake up. I mean, I've spent my entire adult life protecting voters, and then this is the thanks I get. Just all this nonsense and continuing to vote in these leaders.
It's like the Maryland man, whatever, and the media runs with it because it's a catchy term. She was, looking at it, and she can legally do that. That's true. But she had no official designation, no standing to do anything at all, Linda. So, but thank you for that heads up. And again, just thank you. So glad you're in the bullpen for us here. It's comforting.
Oh, thank you, Dom. And yes, did I bring cupcakes for all the producers yesterday?
Yes.
Absolutely, to celebrate Elvis's birthday. And if you want to go somewhere in life, that's who you have to make friends with, the producers.
Gatekeepers, yes.
They're the gatekeepers. They're in charge because they've threatened me. If they don't like me, they can hold the commercials over longer or they can accidentally disconnect my call. I mean, they have a lot of power, Dom.
A sad day in the producers' lounge here that they lounge like this. You're exactly right. Linda, where do we find you on Twitter?
Oh, sure. Linda Kearns Law. I'm not on Twitter that much, but I do try. Because I get very frustrated, Dom, because I often have people calling me with these ridiculous, outlandish theories about elections. And I say, what are you talking about? Where did you see that? And then they say, on Twitter. So sometimes I don't go on it that much. But yes, you can find me there and see what I'm doing. And I hope everyone's celebrating Elvis's birthday today. He would have been 91, which, by the way, is 1 year younger than the 92-year-old judge in the Southern District of New York who's presiding over the Maduro case. So even Elvis was younger than that judge.
Absolutely. Thank you, Linda, very much. Happy
All right,
Elvis
have
Day.
a great day. Bye, Henry.
Thanks, Linda. All right. Even in midst, we have to take a moment to celebrate that. It's one of our top 10 insider things here, the Elvis stuff.
That's a crazy factoid she just spit out there.
Yeah. Now, this guy's hair, definitely better than Elvis's. Joe in Columbus, New Jersey. Hey, Joe, welcome in.
Happy New Year, Dom.
Happy New Year.
Dom, a couple of things before I get my side answer. I saw that chief of police call this incident predictable.
Yep.
And if it was so predictable, why weren't they there on site at the outset, number one? And if it was so predictable, you would assume it was also preventable.
Exactly.
So it's kind of like an implication as to his department's negligence. And as far as this mayor goes, if he keeps going with his biased slant or interpretation or his conviction of this, couldn't that prevent the agent from receiving a fair trial?
Oh, absolutely. He can't get a trial there. And, that's, Joe, absolutely. And I'm working, Joe, as we speak. And I didn't know about this faux pas there, but Heron made it, and I think Dawn Show had it. The new guy out there in Bucks County analyzing this with 6ABC and calling out the police on this. So Bucks County, it's going to be a bumpy ride.
Yeah, I mean, it was no matter an hour after this occurred that this guy was tried, convicted, and prosecuted.
Yes. Yeah.
And they weren't nowhere on site, to see what happened. So, I hope this agent gets a fair trial. I really do. You can only hope, but I don't see how it could happen. The more these people go in front of the camera with their own conjecture.
Joe, what's your side today?
My side to me, was the ultimate genius in his craft. I can't for the life of me understand how he could come off an athletic field, jump into a warcraft, a fighter warcraft, and then get out of that warcraft and come back on the field and not miss a step. And he had his craft down to a science, Dom. It was crazy, some of the stuff he thought about. He realized that the pitcher's mound came down on a 14-degree angle, and his swing had to go up at a 14-degree angle. His eyes, I told you this before, he would step out of the batter's box if his eyes dilated, and because the sun went behind the cloud. He would bring his bats to the post office to weigh them to make sure they were no more than 31 ounces. And my dad had the pleasure and the honor of spending a weekend with him at the Cherry Hill Hyatt House, and it'd been like me or you meeting Mickey Mantle for a weekend. My dad asked him, he goes, "Hey, why did you hold the bat up and down, vertical?" And he looked around the hotel room. He found a bottle of scotch, and he handed it to my dad, and he says, "Hold this straight out." My dad held it straight out, and he goes, "Now hold it up and down, vertical." And my dad held it up and down, vertical, and he says, "Which way is lighter?" And my dad said,
"Yeah,
vertical," and that's why you held the bat straight up and down. And that was Ted Williams. He wrote a book, The Science of Hitting 400, which we will never see again. And the cover of the book is great. He knew which pitch to swing at and which pitch not to swing at.
Oh, without a doubt. And, the only sad thing here is he's the greatest hitter of all time. He's a Patriot.
And Tom, before
Babe Ruth,
yeah,
Babe Ruth is the bigger figure. I'm not sure how, but, both geniuses.
Well, yeah. He was larger than life, and he was left to all our imaginations. Yeah. And, Dom, one of these days when I see you, I have his personally autographed model Louisville Slugger. My dad ordered a half a dozen of his models. My dad could get his name burned down the end, and he requested no name in the end. My bat says in Sharpie, where his Ted Williams' name belonged, Ted Williams, and right up above it says, "To Joe, best wishes." Wow. The last person that touched his bat was Ted Williams. My dad brought plastic tubes. He put them in plastic tubes. Nobody's opened mine up since.
Wow. Unbelievable, Joe. Thank you. Yeah, I'm fascinated by Ted Williams more than Babe Ruth. I get it and all that, but you know what? Last at bat, what did he do? Home run.
Yep.
That's it.
Storybook ending.
And still, he's no Babe Ruth.
Yeah, it is crazy.
It is crazy, isn't it?
I think it comes down to the name.
You know what it's like? It's like Amadeus and Mozart. The guy was brilliant too, but hey, you're no Mozart, buddy. It would drive me nuts.
Salieri. It's the plot of Amadeus.
Exactly, right. All right, it is the lightning amp. Be ready. This really took off today. Hit us with that all-time genius in a particular field on Talk Radio 1210.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS. Ethos.com/Mike.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
I'm looking at a Hall of Fame of our own here of cars lined up. A lightning round today. A genius in their own field coming off Stephen Hawking's birthday this week. Let's start with half Greek, Drew in Upper Darby. All right, Drew, who's yours?
Hey, Dom. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Hey, Dom, this director, his movies weren't only great, but he also had a weekly variety show it was almost like a Twilight Zone. It was so good. And every movie he ever made, he always had a small cameo in it. And that's Alfred Hitchcock.
Yeah,
thanks, Tom.
Talk about an intimidating figure. You know, I'm just thinking of Mr. Hitchcock, and he's directing you. You go, I'm not doing that. Oh, man, you might end up in a shower scene or something. All right, here we go. This is on brand, big time. Joe of Exton. All right, Joe, what's yours?
Yes, hello, Dom, and good afternoon. For my side answer, ancient Greece is the genius originator of theater, represented by two masks, one smiling and one frowning, symbolizing that life is an embodiment of both hardship and pleasure.
Thank you, Joe, and I like the lilt toward the pleasure at the end. I got to get Xenos in on this. We're going Greek. You could tell that when it comes to genius. Xenos in Upper Darby. Xenos, who's yours?
Well, Dom, happy New Year, and yes, it was one of the Orthodox Christmas, and Merry Christmas. Joe, he is absolutely right, and I think his name was Thespius. So, you got the Thespians. Mine is Pythagoras. He's the one with the timetables, the fractions, the squares, and all other stuff. That's who he is, Pythagoras. And one more comment, the sheriff in Bucks County, I seen it a little bit different than how Mr. Herring did. I see he's going to be for the people. He's going to prosecute the people and chase them, and he's going to be lenient with the foreigners, the illegal aliens.
I hear you. Well, we're going to try to get him on the mar. At least we have the sound of it. Sean, who did you like?
Ooh. My favorite one is one that we weren't able to get to.
All right, go ahead. That's fine.
Michael from Wilmington had Joey Chestnut.
That was a great answer.
That is a good.
Like,
is he a genius or just a stomach? Maybe.
Genius in his own field. He had to work to get that gut.
Yeah.
All right, Henry.
Among the ones we took off, Greg in the Northeast, Chris Jenner, Joan Columbus, Ted Williams, and I like Xenos right there with Pythagoras.
All right.
AI would work. Rush Limbaugh would work.
Yeah, I like the AI because it triggered us down the field.
All right, Lance.
Yeah, put Lance. Michael, I'm sorry we didn't get to you today. Try to call in a little bit earlier. I'm sorry. Rich Cioli's next. 4 big hours. Big show tomorrow. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When you go clearly defined income strategy, call Jim at 610-89. Clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com.